Section 47 of John Inglesant, A Romance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. John Inglesant, A Romance by Joseph Henry Shorthouse. Chapter 30. The portion of the Vatican Palace set apart for the election of the Pope and called the Conclave consisted of 5 halls or large marble rooms, 2 chapels and a gallery 70 feet long. Each of these halls was divided temporarily into small apartments running up both sides with a broad alley between them, formed of wood and covered with green or violet cloth. One of these apartments was assigned to each cardinal with his attendants. The entrance to the whole of these rooms, halls, chapels, and gallery was by a single door fastened by 4 locks and as many keys. As soon as the cardinals had entered the conclave, this door was made fast, and the 4 keys were given to the 4 different orders of the city, 1 to the Bishop of Rome, 1 to the cardinals themselves, a 3rd to the Roman nobility, and the 4th to the officer, a great noble who kept the door. A wicket in the door, of which this officer also kept the key, permitted the daily meals and other necessaries to be handed to the cardinal's servants, every dish being carefully examined before it was allowed to pass in. Within the conclave, light and air were only obtained by skylights or windows opening upon interior courts, precluding communication from without. The gloom of the interior was so great that candles were burnt throughout the conclave at noonday. From the moment the conclave was closed, a silence of expectation and anxiety fell upon all Rome. The daily life of the city was hushed. The principal thoroughfares and fortresses were kept by strong detachments of armed troops, and the approaches to the mysterious door were jealously watched. Men spoke everywhere in whispers, and nothing but vague rumours of the proceedings within were listened to in the places of public resort, and in the coteries and gatherings of all ranks and conditions of the people. In the interior of the conclave, for those who were confined within its singular seclusion, the day passed with a wearisome monotony marked only by intrigue not less wearisome. Early in the morning, a tolled bell called the whole of its inmates to mass in one of the small chapels, darkened with stained glass, and lighted dimly by the tapers of the altar, and by a few wax candles fixed in brass sockets suspended from the roof. The cardinals sat in stalls down either side of the chapel, and at the lower end was a bar kept by the master of the ceremonies and his assistants, behind which the attendants and servants were allowed to stand. Mass being over, a table was placed in front of the altar, upon which were a chalice and a silver bell. Upon 6 stools near the table are seated 2 cardinal bishops, 2 cardinal priests, and 2 cardinal deacons. Every cardinal in his turn, upon the ringing of the bell, leaves his seat, and having knelt before the altar in silent prayer for the guidance of heaven in his choice, goes round to the front of the table and drops a paper, upon which he has written the name of a cardinal, into the chalice, and returns in silence to his stall. A solemn and awful stillness pervades the scene, broken only by the tinkling of the silver bell. The cardinals, one by one, some of them stalwart and haughty men, with a firm step and imperious glance, others old and decrepit, scarcely able to totter from their places to the altar, or to rise from their knees without help, advanced to their mysterious choice. To the eye alone it was in truth a solemn and impressive scene, and by a heart instructed by the sense of sight only, the awful presence of God the Paraclete might, in accordance with the popular belief, be felt to hover above the sacred host, but in the entire assembly to whom alone the sight was given, there was probably not one single heart to which such an idea was present. The assembly was divided into different parties, each day by day intriguing and manoeuvring, by every art of policy and every inducement of worldly interest, to add to the number of its adherents. If perchance, says one well qualified to speak, there entered into this conclave any old cardinal, worn by conflict with the Church's enemies, in partibus infidelium, amid constant danger of prison or of death, or perchance coming from amongst harmless peasants in country places, and by long absence from the centre of the Church's polity, ignorant of the manner in which her princes trod the footsteps of the apostles of old, and by the memory of such conflict and of such innocence, and because of such ignorance, was led to entertain dreams of divine guidance. 2 or 3 days' experience caused such an one to renounce all such delusion, and to return to his distant battlefield, and so to see Rome no more. When every cardinal has deposited his paper, the cardinal bishop takes them out of the chalice one by one, and hands them to the cardinal deacon, who reads out the name of the elected, but not of the cardinal who had placed the paper in the chalice, which is written on part of the paper, so folded that even the reader does not see it. And as he reads the name, every cardinal makes a mark upon the scroll of names he has before him. When all the names have been read, the cardinal priest, from a paper which he has prepared, reads the name of him who has had the most voices and the number of the votes. If the number be more than 2/3 of the whole, the cardinal who has received the votes is thereby elected pope. But if not, the cardinal priest rings the silver bell once more, and at the signal the master of the ceremonies, Monsignor Fabe, advances up the chapel, followed by a groom carrying a brazier of lighted coals, into which, in the face of the whole assembly, the papers are dropped one by one till all are consumed. At the beginning of the conclave, the cardinals were always divided into 2, if not more, parties of such relative strength as to make the attainment of such a majority by either of them impossible for many days. It was not until the persistent intrigues of a fortnight had increased the majority of any one cardinal, so much as to give a probability of his being ultimately elected, that the waverers of all sides, not willing to be known as the opponents of a new pope, recorded their voices in his favour, and thus raised the majority to its necessary proportion. For this very delicate matter occurred at this period of the election, that, should the requisite majority of voices be obtained, the master of the ceremonies and his brazier were no longer called for, but the whole of the papers were opened to their full extent, and the names of the voters given to the world, whereby, as one conversant in these matters observes, many mysteries and infidelities are brought to light. It is evident, therefore, that as the majority of any one cardinal increased or showed signs of increasing, morning and evening, as the suffrages were taken, the voting became a very exciting and delicate matter. No one could be certain but that at the next voting the majority from the cause mentioned would suddenly swell to the necessary size, and every man's name be made clear and plain on whose side he had been. Upon entering the conclave, the friends of Cardinal Chigi adopted a quiet policy, and waited for the progress of events to work for them. The abuses of the late pontificate and the excitement and indignation of popular opinion had made it clear to all parties that it was necessary to elect a pope whose character and reputation would restore confidence. In these respects, no one seemed more qualified than Cardinal Chigi, who was supposed to possess all the qualifications necessary to ensure the Romans from the apprehension of a revival of the past disorders, and to inspire the whole Christian world with the hopes of witnessing a worthy successor of St. Peter, displaying the Christian virtues from the papal chair. The great reputation he had gained at Munster, the determination he was said to have manifested to reform all abuses, the authority and influence he derived from his post of Secretary of State, his attractive and gracious manner, the recommendation of the late Pope upon his deathbed, all tended to bring his name prominently forward. He was supported by the Spanish cardinals, chiefly on account of the enmity of the French court and of his professed opposition to Cardinal Mazarin. But in spite of these advantages, the enmity of the French court and the opposition of the Barberini family, the relations and supporters of the late Pope, made it necessary for his friends to observe extreme caution. The French cardinals were ordered to vote for Cbteddy, and Cardinal Barberini for the present supported him also, with all his party, chiefly because he had not yet made terms with the Spanish court, which opposed Cbteddy, but also, as was supposed, because he himself had aspirations towards the papal chair, should he find the electors favourable to such a scheme. Upon the entrance into the conclave, therefore, Cardinal Cbteddy immediately obtained 32 or 33 votes. These were not quite so many as the Barberini expected, and indeed had a right to count upon after the professions which the cardinals of the party had made. This was owing to the defection of some members of what was called the Flying Squadron, composed chiefly of young cardinals who were supposed to be devoted to the Barberini, but of whom several were secretly favourable to Cardinal Chigi. The Spanish faction, which was numerous enough to have secured the election of any cardinal had it been united, but the members of which were agreed upon nothing but their determined opposition to Cbteddy, contented itself with voting negatively at every scrutiny, making use of the form excedo nemini. This course was pursued for 2 entire months, during which time the scrutinies were taken regularly morning and evening, always with a slightly varying but indecisive result. It would be difficult to realize the wearisomeness which reigned in the conclave during so protracted a period. The crowding together of so large a number of persons in a few apartments, the closeness of the air, and the unbroken monotony of the hours that passed so slowly made the confinement almost intolerable. One cardinal was taken ill and was obliged to be removed. The great gallery was generally used by the cardinals themselves for exercise and conversation, while their attendants were compelled to content themselves with their master's apartments or the corridors and passages. Those which opened on the interior courts and thereby afforded some fresh air were especially resorted to. Communication from without, though in theory absolutely prevented, was really frequent, all the chief among the cardinals receiving advices from foreign courts and conveying intelligence thither themselves. At intervals, the whole of the inmates were assembled to listen to Father Quecchi, preacher to the conclave, a Jesuit, and secretly in favour of Cardinal Chigi, as was the society in general. The sermon was so contrived as to influence its hearers considerably by its evident application to the manners and conduct of the cardinal. The famous de Retz, then an exile from France and a supporter of Chigi, by whom he always sat in the chapel, was the principal intriguer in his favour. He was in communication with the nominal supporters of Barberini, who sent him intelligence by Monsignor Fabe, when to vote for Cbteddy on occasions when it would be of no real service to him, and when to refrain. On one of these latter occasions, Fabe entrusted his message to Inglesant, with whom he was intimate, and it afterwards appeared that Cbteddy, on that scrutiny, wanted but very few votes to have secured his election. This circumstance made a deep impression on de Retz, and he never recognized Inglesant afterwards without alluding to it. The day after this scrutiny, Cardinal Barberini appears to have thought that the time was come for his friends to make a demonstration in his behalf, and to the astonishment of the conclave, 31 votes appeared in his favour in the next scrutiny. This caused the friends of Cardinal Chigi to pay more attention to his conduct, and to the discourses of his conclavists and other partisans who neglected no opportunity of exalting his good qualities. The exhaustion of the conclave became extreme. Cardinal Carafa, who next to Cbteddy and Chigi stood the greatest chance of election, became ill and died. 12 other cardinals were balloted for, one after another, without result. Cardinal San Clemente was then brought forward, and, but for the hostility of the Jesuits, might have been elected, but the Spanish cardinals who supported him did not dare openly to offend the society, and the election failed. The Barberini began to despair of electing their candidate, and having received favourable advices from the court of Spain, were willing, either with or without the concurrence of their leader, to negotiate with the friends of Cardinal Chigi. Cbteddy, finding his own chances hopeless, was not averse to be treated with. There remained only the court of France. Be this as it may, Cardinal Cbteddy's letter had the desired effect upon Mazarin, who immediately sent the necessary letters to the French cardinals, withdrawing the veto upon Chigi. Nothing remained now but to gain the concurrence of Cardinal Barberini. For a long time he refused to accede, but the members of his party, who had from the first secretly supported Chigi, having now openly declared in his favour, Barberini at last consented to hold a conference. It took place immediately after the morning scrutiny, and lasted but a short time. But it sat long enough to arrange that the next morning Cardinal Chigi should be elected Pope. This determination was so suddenly arrived at, and was concealed so carefully, that nothing certainly was known during the rest of the day, outside the number of those who had taken part in the conference. There were vague rumours and many discontents, but the time was so short that many who would have declared in favour of Cbteddy, had longer time been given them, were not able to recover from their surprise. Inglesant was of course informed by Cardinal Chigi of what had occurred immediately after the conference, and about midday he received a message from de Retz warning him to be upon his guard. During the afternoon, however, some further intelligence of the feeling within the conclave came to the knowledge of that astute intriguer, and he sent Monsignor Fabe to Inglesant about 5 o'clock. This man was a favourable specimen of the Italian servant of an ecclesiastical court. Belonging to a family which had been trained for generations in the service of the courier, he was a man to whom the difficulties which perplexed others, and the anomalies which appeared to some men to exist between Christian polity as it might be conceived to be, and Christian polity as it was practised in Rome, did not exist. A man to whom the divine, so far as it was manifested to him at all, took the form, without doubt or scruple, of that gorgeous, though unwieldy, and, as it seemed to some, slightly questionable economy of which he was the faithful servant. He was honest, yet he appeared, such was the peculiarity of his training and circumstances, to have solved the, on good authority, insoluble problem of serving two masters at the same time. For two opposing cardinals, or two factions of cardinals, alike commanded his reverence and service at the same moment. Much of this service was no doubt unthinking and unconscious, else the memoirs of such a man, composed by himself without reserve, would be perhaps as interesting a book as could be written. "Something is going on within the conclave, cavaliere," he said, "of which I am not entirely cognizant. Of course, I am aware of the communications which have been made from outside during this most protracted conclave. The princes of the Church must have every opportunity given them of arriving at a just conclusion in this most important matter, and I have never been backward in affording every assistance to their eminences. But what we have to deal with tonight is of a very different kind. You have nothing to dread from the chiefs of the opposite party. They have accepted the situation, and will loyally carry out their engagements. But they have altered their policy without consulting or remembering their supporters, and among these, especially the inferior ones outside the conclave, the disappointment is severe. They have not time, nor are they in a position to make terms with a successful party, and their expectations of advancement are annihilated. They are, many of them, absolutely unscrupulous, and would hazard everything to gain time. They have some means of communication between the outside world of Rome and their partisans within the conclave, which they have not used till now, and with which, therefore, I am unacquainted. They are employing it now. What the exact effort will be I do not know, but should your padrone, Cardinal Chigi, fall ill before tomorrow's scrutiny, it would delay his election, and delay is all they want. There are sufficient malcontents to prevent his election if they had only time. 2 or 3 days would give them all they want. I should advise you not to sleep tonight, but to watch with a wakefulness which starts at every sound." The apartment assigned to Cardinal Chigi was subdivided into 3 smaller ones, the largest of which was appropriated to the bedchamber of the cardinal, the 2 others to his attendants. These apartments communicated with each other, and only one opened upon the centre corridor running down the hall. The cardinal retired early to his own chamber, and most of the other cardinals did the same. A profound silence reigned in the conclave. If any of the attendants still stirred, they were velvet-shod, and the floors and walls, lined with velvet, prevented the least sound from being heard. Inglesant remained alone in the outermost of the 3 apartments, and determined to keep his faculties on the alert. For some reason, however, either the fatigue of the long confinement or the death-like stillness of the night, a profound drowsiness overpowered him, and he continually sank into a doze. He tried to read, but the page floated before his eyes, and it was only by continually rising and pacing the small chamber that he kept himself from sinking into a deep sleep. A profound peace and repose seemed to reign in a place where so many scheming and excited brains versed in every art of policy were really at work. Inglesant had sat down again and had fallen once more into a slight doze, when suddenly, from no apparent cause, his drowsiness left him, and he became intensely and almost painfully awake. The silence around him was the same as before, but a violent agitation and excitement disturbed his mind, and an overpowering apprehension of some approaching existence, inimical to himself, aroused his faculties to an acute perception and braced his nerves to a supreme effort. In another moment, this apprehension, at first merely mental, became perceptible to the sense, and he could hear a sound. It was, as it were, the echo of a low, faint, creeping movement, the very ghost of a sound. Whence it came Inglesant could not determine, but it was from without the apartment in which he sat. No longer able to remain passive, he rose, drew back the velvet curtain that screened the entrance from the corridor, opened the door silently, and went out. The corridor was lighted here and there along its great length by oil lamps suspended before every third door of the cardinal's rooms, but the dark and massive hangings, the loftiness of the hall overhead, and the dimness of the lamps themselves caused the light to be misty and uncertain, as in a confused and troubled dream. One of these lamps was suspended immediately above the door at which Inglesant had appeared, and he stood in its full light, being himself much more distinctly seen than he was himself able to see anything. He was richly dressed in dark velvet, after the French fashion, and in the uncertain light his resemblance to his murdered brother was, in this dress, very great. He held a slight and jewelled dagger in his hand. As he paused under the suspended lamp, the sound he had before heard developed itself into low, stealthy footsteps approaching down the corridor, apparently on the opposite side, and the next moment a figure, more like a phantom thrown on the opposite wall than a substantial being, glided into sight. It was shrouded in dark and flowing drapery, and kept so close to the heavy hangings that it seemed almost the waving of their folds stirred by some unknown breeze. Though it passed down the opposite side, it kept its attention turned in Inglesant's direction, and almost at the same moment at which he appeared through the opening door, it saw him and instantly stopped. It lost its stealthy motion and assumed an attitude of intense and speechless terror, such as Inglesant had never seen depicted in a human being, and by this attitude revealed itself more completely to his gaze. The hood which shaded its face fell partly back, and displayed features pale as death, and lustrous eyes dilated with horror, and Inglesant could see that it held some nameless weapon in its hand. As it stood, arrested in its purpose, breathless and uncertain, it seemed to Inglesant a phantom murderer, or rather the phantom of murder itself, as though nothing short of the murderous principle sufficed any longer to dog his steps. This strange figure confronted Inglesant for some seconds, during which neither stirred, each with his eyes riveted upon the other, each with his weapon in his hand. Then the phantom murmured in an inarticulate and broken voice that faltered upon the air as though tremulous with horror. "It is himself! He has taken the dagger from his bleeding wound!" Then, as it had come, it glided backwards along the heavy drapery, becoming more and more lost in its folds, till, at first apparently but the shadow of a shade, it faded more and more into the hanging darkness, and vanished out of sight. The next morning, at the scrutiny after early mass, Fabius Chigi, Cardinal and Secretary of State, was, by more than 2/3 of the whole conclave, elected Pope. End of section 47, read by Belinda McReynolds, Melbourne, 4th October 2024.
Section 48 of John Inglesant, A Romance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. John Inglesant, A Romance, by Joseph Henry Shorthouse. Chapter 31, Part 1. There is, perhaps, no comparison so apposite, though it be a homely one, to the condition of affairs in Italy at this time, upon the election of a new pope, as that of a change of trumps at a game of cards. All persons and matters remain the same as they were before, yet their values and relationships are all changed. The aspect of the entire scene is altered. Those who before were in little esteem are exalted, and those who were in great power and estimation are abased. All the persons with whom Inglesant had been connected were more or less affected by it, except Cardinal Rinuccini, to whom it made little difference. To the cavalier and to Malvolti it was ruin. The former was so deeply involved in debt, in private feuds and entanglements with the authorities, his character was so utterly lost with all parties, and his means of usefulness to any so small, that it is probable that even the elevation to power of the Berrerini faction would not have been of much use to him. But whatever might have been his prospects had the election resulted otherwise, his only chance now of safety from prison and even death was in Inglesant's connection with his sister, and in the protection he might hope to experience upon that account. His only hope depended upon the force of Inglesant's affection. The fear of private assassination kept him almost confined to his chamber. Malvolti's circumstances were still more hopeless. Notorious for every species of vice and crime, and hateful even to the very bravos and dregs of the Italian populace, he had now lost all hope of alliance or even assistance from his friend the Cavalier, who discarded him the moment that he was of no further use. Maddened by this treatment and by despair, no way seemed open to him except that of desperate revenge. Towards Inglesant his hatred was peculiarly intense, being mixed with a certain kind of superstitious dread. He regarded him almost as the shade of his murdered brother, returned from the grave to dog his steps. It was his presence which had thwarted his last desperate attempt within the conclave, his last hope of earning protection and rewards. He expected nothing but punishment and severe retribution at Inglesant's hands. Surrounded as he was by perils and enemies on every side, this peril and this dreaded enemy stood most prominently in his path. A blow struck here would be not only a measure of self-defense, but a sweet gratification of revenge, and a relief from an appalling supernatural terror. This terrible semblance of his murdered victim once out of his path, he might hope that the vision of a bloody hearthstone in England might not be so constantly before his eyes. To Inglesant himself, the bright prospects which seemed opening before him gave little satisfaction. He was exhausted in body by his long detention within the conclave, and the tone of his spirit was impaired by the intrigue and hypocrisy of which he had been a witness and a partaker. It is impossible to kneel morning after morning before the sacrament in a spirit of worldliness and chicane without being soiled and polluted in the secret places of the soul. The circumstances of his visit to Umbria and to Florence, howbeit in both he had been preserved almost by a miracle from actual sin, had left an evil mark upon his conscience. He felt little of the sweet calm and peace he had enjoyed for a season in the company of Molinos during his first visit to Rome. Something of his old misery returned upon him, and he felt himself again the sport of the fiend who was working out his destruction by some terrible crime of which he was the agent, and the Italian murderer the cause. "This man is at large in Rome," said Don Agostino to him one day. "I should advise you to have him assassinated. It is time the earth was rid of such a villain, and the Roman law is useless in such a case. All protection is withdrawn from him, and every man, high and low, within the city will rejoice at his death." Inglesant shook his head. "I do not value my life, God knows, at a straw's worth," he said, "because he murdered my brother foully and treacherously. He and I shall too surely meet some day, but the time has not yet come. Surely if the devil can afford to wait, much more can I." He spoke more to himself than to the other, and there is reason to suppose that Don Agostino made arrangements to have Malvolti assassinated on his own responsibility, but the Italian avoided his bravos for a time. Some short time after the Pope's election, in the height of the carnival, a masked ball was given in the Palace Doria, at which Don Agostino had arranged a set composed entirely of his own friends. It was composed in imitation of the old comedies of the Atellani, upon which the Punchinello and Harlequinade of all nations had been formed, and which, being domestic dramas performed in masks by the Roman youth with an old-fashioned elegance and simplicity, were peculiarly fitted for performance at a modern masquerade. A primitive and rude form of pantomime, founded on caricature and burlesque, with a few characters boldly drawn, has none of the charm of the later comedy, which is a picture of real life with its variety of character and incident, and possesses that excellent art of showing men as they are, while representing them as they seem to be. But though it fell short of this higher perfection, the broad farce and few characters of the older form of comedy are not wanting in much lively and yet serious painting of human life, which is all the more serious and pathetic from its broad and unconscious farce. The jester, the knave, the old man, the girl, the lover, these types that are eternal and yet never old, with the endless complication of which, both on the stage and real life, they are perpetually involved, are susceptible of infinite application and interest to the imagination. As the rehearsal progressed, Inglesant was struck and interested with these ideas, and as the night came on, there seemed to him to be in the world nothing but play within play, scene within scene, between the most incidental acts of an excited and boisterous crowd and the most solemn realities of life and death. It seemed to him impossible to distinguish otherwise than in degree. All appeared part of that strange interlude which, between the dramas of eternity, is performed continually upon the stage of life. The set was a large one, consisting of the ordinary pantomime types, supplemented by duplicates, peasants, priests, sbirri, always a favorite subject of satire and practical jokes, country girls, and others. Don Agostino, whose wit was ready and brilliant, took the part of clown or jester, and Inglesant that of the stage lover, a role requiring no great effort to sustain. The part of Columbine was sustained by a young girl, a mistress of Don Agostino, of considerable beauty and wit, and as yet unspoiled by the wicked life of Rome. She was dressed as a contadina, or peasant girl, in holiday costume. Harlequin was played by a young count, a boy of weak intellect, involved in every species of dissipation, and consigned to ruin by designing foes, of whom some were of his own family. As the ball progressed, the party attracted great notice by the clever interludes and acts they performed between the dances. In these, the usual tricks and practical jokes were introduced sparingly, relieved by a higher style of wit, and by allusions to the topics of the day and to the foibles of the society of Rome. The parts were all well sustained, and Don Agostino exerted himself successfully to give brilliancy and life to the whole party. The young Harlequin count, who had at first seemed only to excel in lofty capers and somersaults, was the first who showed tokens of fatigue. He became gradually listless and careless, so that he changed his part and became the butt of the rest instead of their tormentor. A dance in sets had just begun, and Inglesant could not help being struck with his disconsolate manner, which showed itself plainly even through his mask and disguise. It seemed that others noticed it as well, for as Inglesant met the contadina in one of the combinations of the figure, she said in the pause of the dance, "Do you see the Count Cavalier? He is on the brink of ruin, body and soul. His cousin, and one or two more who are in the set, are engaged with him in some desperate complication, and are working upon his feeble mind and his terror. Cannot you help him at all?" When the dance ceased, Inglesant went over to the Count, intending to speak to him, but the cousin and others of the set were talking earnestly to him, and Inglesant stepped back. He saw that the longer his treacherous friends spoke to him, the more broken down and crushed in spirit did the poor Harlequin count become. And it was evident to Inglesant that here a play was being enacted within the play, and that, as often is the case, one of the deep tragedies of life was appearing in the fantastic dress of farce. As he stood dreamily watching what occurred, Don Agostino called him off to commence another comic act, and when at the first pause he turned to look for the Count, he could no longer see him. His cousin and the others were present, however, and soon after the set was again formed for another dance. The stifling air of the crowded rooms and the fatigue of the part he had to perform wrought upon Inglesant's brain. The confused figures of the dance dazzled his sight, and the music sounded strange and grotesque. As the partners crossed each other, and he came again to the contadina, in his turn she grasped his hand in hers and said hurriedly, "Do you see who is standing in the Count's place?" Inglesant looked, and certainly in the place of the dance, which should have been occupied by the Count, was a tall figure in the dress of a white friar, over which was carelessly thrown a black domino, which allowed the dark fiery eyes of the wearer to be seen. "The Count has gone," whispered the girl, trembling all over as she spoke. "No one knows whither. No one knows who this man is who has come in his place. He is gone to drown himself in the river. This is the devil who supports his part." In spite of the girl's visible agitation and his own excitement, Inglesant laughed, and taking her words as a jest, turned again to look at the strange mask, intending to make some ludicrous comment to reassure his friend. To his astonishment, the words died upon his lips, and an icy chill seemed to strike through his blood and cause his heart to beat violently. A sensation of dread overpowered him. The dance music sounded wild and despairing in his ears, and the ever-varying throng of figures, waving with 1,000 colors, swam before his eyes. In the appearance of the stranger, which was simply that of a tall man, there was nothing to account for this, and except that he kept his piercing eyes steadily fixed upon Inglesant, there was nothing in his manner to attract attention. Inglesant went through the rest of the dance mechanically, and suddenly, as it seemed to him, the music stopped. The dance being over, most of Don Agostino's party, tired with their exertions, withdrew to the buffet of an adjoining apartment for refreshment. Inglesant had taken off his mask, and standing by the buffet, a little apart from the rest, was fanning himself with it and cooling his parched throat with iced wine, when he was aware that the strange figure had followed him. It was standing before him with a glass in its hand, which it seemed to fill from a bottle of peculiar shape, which Inglesant recognized as one only used to contain a rare Italian wine. "Cavaliere," the strange mask said in a soft and polite voice, "this wine will do you more good than that which you are drinking. It cools and rests the brain. Will you drink with me?" As he spoke, he offered Inglesant the glass he held, and filled another, and at the same instant the contadina came up to Inglesant and hung upon his arm. Inglesant, who was unmasked, stood with the glass in his hand, waiting for the other to remove his domino before he bowed and drank, but the stranger did not do so. After a moment's pause, amid the breathless silence of the whole group, who were looking on, the stranger said, speaking with a courteous speech and gesture, which, if enacted, were perfectly well assumed, "Pardon me that I do not remove my mask. It is my misfortune that I am not able to do so." Impressed by the other's manner, it struck Inglesant in a moment that this must be some great noble, perhaps a prince of the church, for whom it would be injudicious to appear unmasked, and bowing courteously, he raised the glass to his lips. As he did so, the black eyes of the disguised friar were fixed steadily upon him, and the contadina said in his ear, in an eager, frightened whisper, "Do not drink." The tremor of her voice and of her figure on his arm brought back in a moment the terror and distrust which the bearing and manner of the other had dispelled, and raising the cup, he let his lip rest for a moment in the liquor, but did not drink. Then, replacing the glass upon the buffet, he said coolly, "It is a good wine, but my English habit has spoiled my taste. I do not like the Italian volcanic wines." "I regret it," said the other, turning away. "They are a quietus for the fever of life." The party breathed more freely as he left the room, and the contadina, taking the glass which Inglesant had put down, emptied its contents upon the floor. They followed the domino into the ballroom, where they saw him speaking to the Count's cousin and to 2 or 3 others of the group who had remained there or sought refreshment elsewhere. End of section 48. Section 49 of John Inglesant, A Romance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. John Inglesant, A Romance, by Joseph Henry Shorthouse. Chapter 31, Part 2. As the last dance began, in the early daybreak which made the lamps burn faintly and cast a pale and melancholy light over the gay dresses and the moving figures, over the gilding and marble, and the dim, lovely paintings on the walls, Inglesant was conscious of a strange and death-like feeling that benumbed his frame. He was bitterly cold, and his sight became dim and uncertain. The music seemed to grow wilder and more fantastic, and the crowded dancers, grotesque and goblin-like to any eyes, became unreal as a dream to his. Suddenly, as before, the music ceased, and not knowing what he did, Inglesant became separated from his friends, and was borne by the throng to the doors and down the staircase into the courtyard and the street. The piazza and the corso beyond were crowded with carriages and with servants carrying dim torches, and the morning air was rent with confused noise. Nearly unconscious, Inglesant allowed himself to be carried onward by the crowd of persons leaving the palace on foot, a motley throng in every variety of costume, and he was soon borne out of the square into the corso and down the street. Suddenly he heard a voice behind, clear and distinct, to his ears at least, amid the confused noise. "There he is! Now strike!" Turning round quickly, he saw the mask within 2 yards of him, with something in the folds of his gown which shone in the light. In another moment he would have been close to him, when they were swept apart by a sudden movement of the crowd, and Don Agostino's carriage, surrounded by servants, passed close by the spot to which Inglesant had drifted. He was recognized, and Agostino welcomed him eagerly, saying, "I've been looking for you everywhere." They proceeded along the Corso, Inglesant still like a man in a dream, and turned down towards the bridge of St. Angelo. At the corner of a street leading to the river, another pause occurred. The carriage of a great French noble and prince of the church, which had followed the Corso farther on, was passing when they turned into the street, and according to the formal etiquette of the day, even at that hour and in the crowded street, Don Agostino's coachman stopped his horses before the carriage of his master's superior, and the servants opened the door that one of the gentlemen at least might alight. At the same moment there seemed to be some confusion in the crowd at the top of the short street leading to the river, and Inglesant, still hardly knowing what he did, alighted with the double purpose of seeing what was the matter and of saluting his patron. As he did so, one of the servants said to him, "They are bringing up a dead body, sir." It was true. A body had just been drawn out of the river and placed on nets and benches of a boat, was being carried on the shoulders of fishermen up the street. As it passed, Inglesant could see the face which hung drooping towards him over the edge of the nets. It was the face of the Harlequin Count. It had scarcely passed when Inglesant heard, as a man hears over and over again, repeated in a ghastly dream, the same voice that spoke before, saying, "There he is again. If you let him get back to the coach, you will lose him. Go round by the horses' heads." The restlessness of the impatient horses had made a little space clear of the crowd, and the same had happened in front of the horses of the Cardinal Duke, so that the street between them was comparatively clear. Strangely frightened and distressed, Inglesant struggled back to Agostino's carriage, and had just reached the door when the mask, passing round the horses' heads, sprang upon him and struck a violent blow with the shining steel. The state of his victim's brain saved him. The moment he reached the door he reeled against it, and the weapon glanced off his person, the hilt striking him a violent blow on the chest. He fell backwards into the coach, and Agostino caught a second blow in his sleeve. The startled servants threw themselves upon the murderer, but he slipped through their hands and escaped. 2 days after the ball, when the morning of Ash Wednesday broke with the lovely Italian dawn, a strange and sudden transformation had passed over Rome. Instead of a people wild with pleasure, laughing, screaming, joking like children, feasting, dancing, running about, from mere lightness of heart, in the place of fairs, theatres, and booths, in the open streets instead of the public gardens and walks crowded with party-coloured maskers, full of sportive pranks and decked out with every vagary and grotesque freak of costume, you saw a city quiet and silent as the grave, yet full of human forms. You heard nothing but the tolling of bells and the faint echo of solemn chants. The houses and churches were hung with black, the gay tapestries and silks, the theatres, the play actors in the gay dresses had all vanished, and in their place the streets were full of cowled and silent penitents. They walked with downcast and pallid faces. If you spoke to them, they did not answer, but gazed upon you with wondering eyes. Men and women alike wore the black gown and hood of penance, and from the proudest noble to the poorest peasant thronged into the churches and received alike the emblem of their common fate, the ashes and dust from whence they came, and to which they would return. Before the masked ball, exhausted in health by the long confinement in the conclave, and tormented in mind by disappointed desire and by accusing conscience, Inglesant had been sinking into almost as great misery as that which he had endured before he came to Rome. The perils and terror that had entered unbidden among the guests during that night of revelry had worked a marvellous change upon him, and he awoke from a species of trance which had lasted 2 days, with his spirits cleared and strengthened. He was in fact like a man whom a violent fever had just left, languid in body, but with a mind at rest and in peace, with the wild dreams and visions of delirium gone. The earth seems, at least to him, calm and peaceful, full of voices of prayer and strains of penitential song. He looks out upon life languidly, it is true, but with a friendly, pleased countenance, as upon a well-known landscape recalling happy days. So it was with Inglesant that, the wild riot of the carnival being over, the peace of Lent began within his soul. The blow that had been struck at his life restored him to life, and took away the superstitious dread that was gradually consuming his reason. He had met his brother's murderer, not alone, in some solitary place and picked time, planned before with diabolic purpose by the enemy of mankind, but in a crowd, and, as it seemed, by chance. He had himself been passive, and urged by no demoniac prompting to some terrible act of vengeance. Still more, his enemy had failed miraculously, as it seemed to him. Surely, then, his fears had been in vain. He was not delivered over to Satan. Nay, probably the Lord himself still regarded him with compassion, still watched over and defended his life. Some work was doubtless reserved for him to do, for him, living always on the verge of delirium, whom a little extra pressure upon the brain nerve might at any moment estrange altogether from reason, and deprive of intellect and of intercourse with men. For such as he, nevertheless, under such protection, what might not yet be possible? The dews of the divine grace cool the fevered brain more surely than any cordial, and soften and water the parched and thirsty heart. The pleasant Italian March day was soft and balmy as the loveliest day of June in England. The scent of jasmine and daphne flowers filled the air. Soft showers fell at intervals over the garden slopes of that part of Rome. The breath of zephyr swept sweetness into the weary sense. Let him join the hooded throng of penitents. Let him, dust and ashes snatched it may be, a flamma from the very flames, yet still by the grace of God in his right mind, take his ashes with a grateful heart. For the appearance amid the chaos of his life of a guiding divine hand, delightful as it is to any man, must be unspeakably so to him who, to the difficulties sufficiently great which ordinarily beset a man in his path through life, adds this overwhelming one, the imminent chance at any moment of losing consciousness altogether, with the power of thought and choice, of seeing objects rightly, and of self-control and self-command. How eagerly one to whom life is complicated in such sort as this must welcome a divine guidance may easily be seen. One who otherwise is wandering among a phantasmagoria of objects, among which he must, so far as his wavering consciousness allows him, and for the moment that consciousness may remain his own, shape his course so as to avoid ruin. In the fresh morning air, full of delicious warmth and sweetness, and with this angelic messenger leading his soul, Inglesant went out. He had no sufficient motive to take him to any particular church, but chance or some nobler power directed that he should turn his steps to the right, in passing into the Via San Giovanni, and following the crowd of penitents should arrive at the portico of the Church of the Lateran. The space in front of the magnificent facade was crowded with draped forms, and the wail of the rare organ music reached the outer perfumed air. The marble pavement of the interior, precious beyond calculation, was thronged with the dark crowd, and the costly marble of the walls and tombs was streaked and veiled by the wreaths of incense which lingered in the building. The low chanting and the monotonous accompaniment of the organs filled the church, and high over the altar, brilliant with 1,000 lights, flashed the countless gems of the wonderful tabernacle, and the canna of plate of inestimable cost. On either side, the gilded brass of the 4 columns of the Emperor Titus, brought from Jerusalem itself, reflected back the altar lights, and beset with precious stones, where the body of the Lord once had hung, was evident to all beholders the very wood of the Holy Cross. As Inglesant entered, the ashes had been sprinkled 3 times with holy water, and the clouds of incense gradually rose over the kneeling crowd as the people began to receive the ashes upon their foreheads, thronging up in silence and order. At the same time the choir began to sing the antiphons, accompanied by the heavenly music of the matchless organs, and penetrating by their distinct articulation the remotest corners of the church. Immutemur habitu, they began, let us change our garments, in ashes and sackcloth let us fast and lament before the Lord. Because, and the pealing anthem rose in ecstatic triumph to the emblazoned roof, plenteous in mercy to forgive our sins is this God of ours. Ah, yes, thought Inglesant, let us change our garments. These dark robes that seem ashes and sackcloth, may they not be the chosen garment of the marriage supper of the King? Clothed in one's right mind, by the heavenly mercy we already walk the celestial pavement, and hear the pealing anthems of the angelic choir. Emendemus in melius, the anthem went on, let us amend for the better in that in which we have ignorantly sinned. Ne subito praeoccupati Dei mortis queramus spatium poenentiae et invenire non possumus. The mighty voice, as of God himself, seemed to single out and speak to Inglesant alone, lest suddenly overtaken by the day of death. Ah, who so well as he knew what that meant, who so lately as he had stood face to face with the destroyer? He covered his face with his hands. As the chanting of the antiphon continued, he reached the steps of the high altar, and in his turn knelt to receive the ashes upon his brow. In a pause of the anthem, the chanting ceased, and the organs played a slow movement. In the interval, nothing was heard but the monotonous undertone of the priests. As Inglesant knelt upon the marble, an overpowering sense of helplessness filled his soul. So worthless and fragile he seemed to himself before the eternal existence, that the idea of punishment and penitence was lost in the sense of utter nothingness. Ah, Lord God, he thought, shattered in mind and brain, I throw myself on thee. Without thee I am lost in the vortex of the universe. My intellect is lost, except it steadies itself upon the idea of thee. Without thee it has no existence. How canst thou be angry with that which is not? He bowed his head in utter prostration of spirit to receive the ashes. Memento homo, the priest began. Ah, surely it must be easy to remember that quia pulvis es. Inglesant heard no more. A sudden thrill of earth, like the familiar scent of flowers to a dying man, passed through him, and he lifted up his eyes. Opposite to him, across the corner of the altar steps, knelt Loretta, her lustrous eyes full of tears, fixed upon him with an inexpressible tenderness and interest. His eyes met hers for an instant. Then he dropped his head again before the priest, but the thought and presence of heaven was gone from him, and nothing but the roses and loves of earth remained. He rose from his knees. The throng of penitents surrounded him, and he suffered himself to be swept onward down the long nave till he reached the door through which the crowd was pouring out. There, however, he stopped. End of section 49. Section 50 of John Inglesant, A Romance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. John Inglesant, A Romance, by Joseph Henry Shorthouse. Chapter 32. The old Duke of Umbria was dying. He lay clothed, as he had once said to Inglesant, in the Angelica Vestis, the sacred wafer in his mouth. Below, in the palace chapel in the great Duomo, in Rome itself, masses were being said day by day, and the ineffable host raised to heaven in intercessory prayer for this man's soul. If any deserved an unruffled passage over the dark river, he did. He had sought long and earnestly to find a more excellent way, and had shrunk from no effort nor painful mortification if he might at last walk in it when found. He had resigned himself and all that he possessed in implicit obedience to the doctrine and the see of Rome. He had crowned a blameless and beneficent life by acts of unparalleled devotion and piety. Nevertheless, an unruffled passage he did not have. The future was dark and full of dread, and he suffered all the terrors of the grave with a troubled mind. Lying thus in dull misery of body, and in mental apprehension and unrest, he bethought himself of Inglesant. Having surrendered himself, soul and body, into the hands of those who stood about his bed, he knew that it was useless to let his mind wander after any of those unauthorized teachers from whom in past days he had sought instruction. But in Inglesant he had for the first time met a man who, walking to all appearance in the straightest paths of the Catholic Church, seemed to possess a freedom of spirit greater than the sectaries themselves could boast. Even when suffering the rebukes of an accusing conscience and the bewilderment of a disordered brain, there was in Inglesant an unfettered possession of the things of this life, and even of the life to come, which had astonished the old man, who, unaccused by his own conscience, was yet so confined and hampered in this world, and in such continual dread of that other, which was shortly to be revealed to him. He expressed to his director a wish that Inglesant might be sent for. It was impossible to deny him this request, even had it been thought desirable. Inglesant was a trusted confidant of the dominant society of Rome, a favorite of the new pope, and had besides been influential, as was believed, in obtaining that crowning triumph, the cession of the duchy to the papal see. A messenger was therefore dispatched to Rome requesting his immediate presence. The summons found him with Loretta and her father engaged in preparations for his speedy marriage. This connection was regarded with great favor by Don Agostino and most of his friends, but was looked upon, as far as they condescended to notice it at all, with suspicion by the heads of the Jesuit society. They were beginning to dread the influence of Molinos, and Inglesant had already incurred some suspicion by his intimacy with the Spaniard. The Pope was supposed to be not altogether opposed to the new doctrine, and the Jesuits were unwilling to lose an obedient servant who might be useful to them. There was, however, no sufficient reason in this why he should be forbidden to visit the old Duke, who was certainly dying, and therefore beyond the reach of dangerous influence, and Inglesant, remembering the interest he had felt in the Duke and the favours which he had lavished upon him, hastened to set out. When he arrived in Umbria, he found the Duke had rallied a little, and he received him with the warmest expression of delight. He was never content save when he was in the room, and his very presence seemed to restore strength and life to the exhausted old man. Those who watched about his bed in the interests of Rome, if they had felt any apprehensions of the result of Inglesant's visit, were speedily reassured, for the Duke did not seem desirous of conversing upon religious matters with him, and indeed rather avoided them. He seemed to cling to Inglesant as to the only remaining link to that world which he was so soon to leave, and to take a strange pleasure in furnishing him with those appliances of earthly enjoyment which had until now long ceased to be of interest to himself. Among other gifts, he insisted on his accepting a suit of superb armour, which had been made expressly for his idolized son. In this suit, in which he caused Inglesant to be arrayed, he declared that he well represented the patron saint of his nation, St. George of England, and pleased himself with the reflection that the fief with which he had endowed Inglesant bore the name of the same saint. "You are il cavaliere di San Giorgio," he said to his favourite, as he stood by his couch, sheathed in the superb but useless and fantastic armour of the 17th century, with cuirass, greaves, and cuisses of polished and jewelled metal, worn over the ordinary dress, and combined with the lace and velvet which ornamented the whole. It is true that the steel plates were covered with silver and gold chasing of arabesques, not of the most Christian type, and the perfect sword blade was engraved with hieroglyphics not of the most saintly kind. Nevertheless, Inglesant, as he stood, did certainly resemble somewhat closely a splendid Renaissance St. George. "You are il Cavaliere di San Giorgio," said the Duke, "and you must wear that armour when you go to meet your bride. I've arranged a train worthy of so illustrious a bridegroom." Inglesant's marriage had taken a great hold in the imagination of the dying man, and his mind, to the surprise of those who had known him longest, seemed to dwell entirely upon nuptials and festivals. The strain and terror which his spirit had suffered for so long had probably done their work, and like as on a harpsichord with a snapped string the set purpose and composure was lost, and nothing but fragments of fantasias could be played. That magic influence of the wonderful ducal palace, which Inglesant had been conscious of at his first visit, and of which the Duke had seemed hitherto altogether regardless, at the last moments of his life appeared to assert its power and force. And what to others seemed mere dotage appeared to Inglesant like a wintry gleam of mysterious light that might be the earnest of a happier time, a return from the dark regions of superstitious fear to the simple delights of common human life. The sway of this strange house was as powerful over Inglesant himself as it had been before, but he now stood upon higher ground than he had done formerly. The events which had occurred in the meantime had not been entirely without effect. His triumph over the temptation of the flesh in the forest pavilion had secured to him a higher place in the spiritual walk, and the escape from the assassin's dagger had sobered his spirit and indescribably touched his heart. The king's courts, of which this house was but a type, the Italian world in which he had lived so long, had therefore now less power than ever to crush Inglesant's religious instinct, but it gave it a certain colour, a sort of Renaissance Christianity which bore a likeness to the character of the art world in which it had grown up, a Christianity of florid ornament and of somewhat fantastic issues. As the Duke gradually became weaker and seemed every day to be on the point of death, he became the more anxious that Inglesant's marriage should be completed, and at last insisted upon his delaying his return to Rome no longer. Inglesant, who expected almost hour by hour the Duke's decease, would have been content to wait, but the dying man would take no denial. He pleased himself with giving orders for Inglesant's train, and ordered his favourite page, an Austrian boy, to accompany him, and to return immediately when the marriage was celebrated, that he might receive the fullest description of the particulars of the event. It was long before sunrise that Inglesant set out, accompanied by his train, hoping to cross the mountains before the heat began. His company consisted of several men-at-arms with their grooms and horse-boys, and the Austrian page. They ascended the mountains in the earlier part of the night, and towards dawn they reached a flat plain. The night had been too dark to allow them to see the steep and narrow defiles, full of oaks and beech, and as they passed over the dreary plain in the white mist, their figures seemed vast and indistinct in the dim light. But now, as the streaks of the dawn grew brighter in the east behind them, they could see the fir trees clothing the distant slopes, and here and there one of the higher summits still covered with white snow. The scene was cold and dead and dreary as the grave. A heavy mist hung over the mountain plain, and an icy lake lay black and cold beneath the morning sky. As they reached the crest of the hill, the mist rose, stirred by a little breeze at sunrise, and the gorges of the descent lay clear before them. The sun arose behind them, gilding the mountain tops and tracing streaks and shades of colour on the rising mist, sparkling with glittering dewdrops, while dark and solemn beneath them lay the pine-clothed ravines and sloping valleys with here and there a rocky peak, and farther down still the woods and hills gave place at last to the plain of the Tiber, at present dark and indistinguishable in the night. As the sun arose behind them, one by one the pine ravines became lighted, and the snowy summits, soft and pink with radiant light, stood out against the sky, which became every instant of a deeper blue. The sunlight stealing down the defiles and calling forth into distinct shape and vision tree and rock and flashing stream, spread itself over the oak woods in the valleys, and shone at last upon the plain, embossed and radiant with wood and green meadow and marble towers and glistering water, the waters of the Tiber running onwards towards Rome. Mysterious forms and waves of light, the creatures of the morning and of the mist, floated before the sight, and from the dark fir trees murmurs and mutterings of ethereal life fell upon the ear. Sudden and passionate flushes of colour tinted the pine woods and were gone, and beneath the branches and across the paths fairy lights played for a moment and passed away. The party halted more than once, but it was necessary to make the long descent before the heat began, and they commenced carefully to pick their way down the stony mountain road, which wound down the ravines in wild unequal paths. The track, now precipitous, now almost level, took them round corners and masses of rock, sometimes hanging above their heads, revealing continually new reaches of valley and new defiles clothed with fir and oak. Mountain flowers and trailing ivy and creeping plants hung in festoons on every side. Lizards ran across the path. Birds fluttered above them or darted into the dark recesses where the mountain brooks were heard. Everything sang the morning psalm of life, with which from field and mountain solitudes the free children of nature salute the day. The Austrian boy felt the beauty of the scene and broke out into singing. When the northern gods, he said to Inglesant, rode on their chevisance, they went down into the deep valleys singing magic songs. Let us into the dark valley singing magic songs also go down. Who knows what strange and hidden deities, since the old pagan times lost and forgotten, we may find among the dark fir dingles and the laurel shades. And he began to sing some love ditty. Inglesant did not hear him. The beauty of the scene, ethereal and unreal in its loveliness, following upon the long, dark mountain ride, his sleepless nights and strange familiarity with approaching death by the couch of the old duke, confused his senses, and a presentiment of impending fate filled his mind. The recollection of his brother rose again in his remembrance, distinct and present as in life, and more than once he fancied that he heard his voice as the cry of some mountain beast or sound of moaning trees came up the pass. No other foreshadowing than this very imperfect one warned him of the approaching crisis of his life. The sun was fully up, and the light already brilliant and intense, when they approached a projecting point where the slope of wood ended in a tower of rock jutting upon the road. The path by which they approached it was narrow and ragged, but beyond the rock the ground spread itself out, and the path was carried inward towards the right, having the sloping hillside on the one hand covered with scattered oaks, while on the other a slip of ground separated it from the ravine. At the turning of the road where the opening valley lay before them, as they reached the corner, face to face with Inglesant as he checked his horse, was the Italian, the inquisitive stranger of the theatre at Florence, the intruder into the conclave, the mask of the carnival ball, the assassin of the Corso, that Malvolti who had treacherously murdered his brother and sought his own life. Alone and weary, his clothes worn and threadbare, he came toiling up the pass. Inglesant reined in his horse suddenly, a strange and fierce light in his eyes and face. The Italian started back like some wild creature of the forest brought suddenly to bay. A terrified cry broke from him, and he looked wildly round, as if intending flight. The nature of the ground caught him as in a trap. On the one hand, the sloping hillside, steep and open; on the other, tangled, rugged ground, slightly rising between the road and the precipice, cut off all hope of sudden flight. He looked wildly round for a moment, then when the horsemen came round the rocky wall and halted behind their leader, his eyes came back to Inglesant's face, and he marked the smile upon his lips and in his eyes, and saw his hand steal downwards to the hunting piece he carried at the saddle. Then, with a terrible cry, he threw himself on his knees before the horse's head and begged for pity, pity and life. Inglesant took his hand from his weapon, and turning slightly to the page and to the others behind him, he said, "This man, Messereri, is a murderer and a villain, steeped in every crime, a cruel, secret, midnight cutthroat and assassin, a lurker in secret corners to murder the innocent. He took my brother, a noble gentleman whom I was proud to follow, treacherously at an advantage, and slew him. I see him now before me, lying in his blood. He tried to take my life, I who scarcely even knew him, in the streets of Rome. Now he begs for mercy. What say you, gentlemen? What is his due? Shoot the dog through the head, hang him on the nearest tree, carry him into Rome, and torture him to death." The Italian still continued on his knees, his hands clasped before him, his face working with terror and agony that could not be disguised. "Mercy, Monseigneur," he cried, "mercy, I cannot, I dare not, I'm not fit to die. For the blessed host, Monseigneur, have mercy, for the love of Jesu, for the sake of Jesu." As he said these last words, Inglesant's attitude altered, and the cruel light faded out of his eyes. His hand ceased to finger the carabine at his saddle, and he sat still upon his horse, looking down upon the abject wretch before him, while a man might count 50. The Italian saw, or thought he saw, that his judge was inclining to mercy, and he renewed his appeals for pity. "For the love of the crucifix, Monseigneur, for the Blessed Virgin's sake." But Inglesant did not seem to hear him. He turned to the horsemen behind him and said, "Take him up, one of you, on the crupper. Search him first for arms. Another keep his eye on him, and if he moves or attempts to escape, shoot him dead. You had better come quietly," he continued. "It is your only chance for life." Two of the men at arms dismounted and searched the prisoner, but found no arms upon him. He seemed indeed to be in the greatest distress from hunger and want, and his clothes were ragged and thin. He was mounted behind one of the soldiers and closely watched, but he made no attempt to escape, and indeed appeared to have no strength or energy for such an effort. They went on down the pass for about an Italian league. The country became more thickly wooded, and here and there on the hillsides patches of corn appeared, and once or twice in the sheltered spot a few vines. At length, on the broad shoulder of the hill round which the path wound, they saw before them a few cottages, and above them, on the hillside, in a position that commanded the distant pass till it opened on the plain, was a chapel, the bell of which had just ceased ringing for mass. Inglesant turned his horse's head up the narrow stony path, and when the gate was reached he dismounted and entered the chapel, followed by his train. The capella had apparently been built of the remains of some temple or old Roman house, for many of the stones of the front were carved in bold relief. It was a small, narrow building, and possessed no furniture save the altar and a rude pulpit built of stones, but behind the altar, painted on the plaster of the wall, was the rude crucifix the size of life. Who the artist had been cannot now be told. It might have been the pupil of some great master who had caught something of the master's skill, or perhaps in the old time some artist had come up the pass from Borgo San Sepolcro and had painted it for the love of his art and of the Blessed Virgin. But whoever had done it, it was well done, and it gave a sanctity to the little chapel, and possessed an influence of which the villagers were not unconscious, and of which they were even proud. The Mass had commenced some short time as the train entered, and such few women and peasants as were present turned in surprise. Inglesant knelt upon the steps before the altar, and the men-at-arms upon the floor of the chapel, the two who guarded the prisoner keeping close behind their leader. The priest, who was an old and simple-looking countryman, continued his office without stopping, but when he had received the sacred elements himself, he turned, and influenced probably by his appearance and by his position at the altar, he offered Inglesant the sacrament. He took it, and the priest, turning again to the altar, finished the Mass. Then Inglesant rose, and when the priest turned again, he was standing before the altar with his drawn sword held lengthwise across his hands. "My father," he said, "I am the Cavalier di San Giorgio, and as I came across the mountains this morning on my way to Rome, I met my mortal foe, the murderer of my brother, a wretch whose life is forfeit by every law, either of earth or of heaven, a guilty monster steeped in every crime. Him, as soon as I had met him, sent by this lonely and untrodden way, as it seems to me by the Lord's hand, I thought to crush at once, as I would a venomous beast, though he is worse than any beast. But my father, he has appealed from me to the adorable name of Jesus, and I cannot touch him. But he will not escape. I give him over to the Lord. I give up my sword into the Lord's hands, that he may work my vengeance upon him, as it seems to him good. Henceforth he is safe from earthly retribution, but the divine powers are just. Take this sword, reverend father, and let it lie upon the altar beneath the Christ himself, and I will make an offering for daily masses for my brother's soul." The priest took the sword, and kneeling before the altar, placed it thereon, like a man acting in a dream. He was one of those childlike peasant priests to whom the great world was unknown, and to whom his mountain solitudes were peopled as much by the saints and angels of his breviary as by the peasants who shared with him the solitudes and the legends that gave to these mountain fastnesses a mysterious awe. To such a man as this it seemed nothing strange that the blessed St. George himself, in jewelled armour, should stand before the altar in the mystic morning light, his shining sword in his hand. He turned again to Inglesant, who had knelt down once more. "It is well done, Monseigneur," he said, "as all that thou doest doubtless is most well. The sword shall remain here, as thou sayest, and the Lord doubtless will work his blessed will. But I entreat, Monseigneur, thy intercession for me, a poor sinful man, and when thou returnest to thy place and seest again the Lord Jesus, that thou wilt remind him of his unworthy priest. Amen." Inglesant scarcely heard what he said, and certainly did not understand it. His sense was confused by what had happened, and by the sudden overmastering impulse upon which he had acted. He moved as in a dream. Nothing seemed to come strange to him, nothing startled him, and he took slight heed of what passed. He placed his embroidered purse, heavy with gold, in the priest's hand, and in his excitement totally forgot to name his brother, for whose repose masses were to be said. He signed to his men to release the prisoner, and his trumpets sounding too hoarse before the chapel gate, he mounted and rode on down the pass. But his visit was not forgotten, and long afterwards, perhaps even to the present day, popular tradition took the story up and related that once, when the priest of the mountain chapel was a very holy man, the blessed St. George himself, in shining armour, came across the mountains one morning very early, and himself partook of the sacrament and all his train, and appealed triumphantly to the magic sword, set with gold and precious stones, that lay upon the altar from that morning, by virtue of which no harm can befall the village, no storm strike it, and above all, no pillage of armed men or any violence can occur. The Austrian boy returned to Umbria with his story of the marriage, but the old Duke never heard it. No sooner had Inglesant left him than his depression and despair returned. He loathed the sight of the day and of the costly palace in which he lived. The gay arts and the devised fancies by which men had sought to lure happiness became intolerable to him, and ill as he was, he caused himself to be removed to the Castle Durante, amid the lonely mountain ravines, to abide his end. As Inglesant bowed beneath the care cloth, the fine linen cloth laid over the newly married in the church, kneeling till Mass was ended, with his heart full of love and brightness and peace, the last of the house of Revere, worn out, says the chronicler with a burst of unusual candour, by priestly torments, breathed his last and went to another world, where, it may be hoped, sacrifice and devotion are better rewarded than they are here, and superstitious terrors are unknown. End of section 50.
Section 51 of John Inglesant, A Romance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. John Inglesant, A Romance by Joseph Henry Shorthouse. Section 51, Chapter 33. The Castillo di San Giorgio, or as it might more properly have been called, the Casa or Villa di San Giorgio, was built upon the summit of a small conical hill, amid the sloping bases of the Apennines, at a part of their long range where the summits were low and green. In that delightful region, the cultivation and richness of the plain is united to the wilderness and beauty of the hills. The heat is tempered in the shady valleys and under the thick woods. A delicious moisture and soft haze hangs about these dewy, grassy places, which the sun has power to warm and gladden, but not to parch. Flowers of every hue cover the ground beneath the oaks and elms. Nightingales sing in the thickets of a wild rose and clematis, and the groves of laurel and of the long-leaved olives are crowded with small creatures in the full enjoyment of life and warmth. Little brooks and rippling streams, half hidden by the tangled thickets, and turned from the courses by the mossy rocks, flow down from the hill ravines, as joyful and clear as in that old time when each was the care of some protecting nymph or rural god. In the waters of the placid lake are reflected in the shadows of the hills and the tremulous shimmer of waving woods. In this favored region, the Villa di San Giorgio stood upon its leafy hilltop, set in the background of the mountains. The steep slope was terraced here and there in patches of ground, planted with fruit trees, and at the foot, towards the south, a large lake slept beneath the blue sky, its shores lined with brushwood, interspersed here and there with grassy slopes, where the orchids and hyacinth and narcissus sprang up from the green, rich turf. Through this pastoral land, at all seasons of the year, wandering shepherds with their flocks, peasants with their cattle and dogs, ladies and cavaliers from the neighboring villas, woodmen, vine dresses, fishermen from the lake, traversed the leafy stage and diversified the scene. But when the grape was fully ripe, and a long year was crowned at last, and jollity seemed for a time to fill the mellow, golden-tinted land, then, indeed, wandering amid the woods and rocks, interspersed with vineyards and patches of yellow wheat, as you met the loaded wain, or came upon the winepress, trodden by laughing girls and boys, you seemed to understand the stories of the rural wanderings of the gods. For you met with many a scene to which it might well be fancied that they might still be allured, so that the garden at the foot of Mount Bermion, where the roses grew, the gracious gods of plenty still filled the luscious vats, rustling zephyr, and still whispered love among the flowers, still came laden with the ripening odors of the fruit. The little cherub loves peeped out from behind oak stems and ruined plinth and sculptured frieze, half hidden among roots and leaves. The Castillo was a modern building, although there were ruins in one of the courtyards of a very antique date. It consisted of 3 or 4 lofty blocks of buildings, at right angles to each other, covered with low, red-tiled roofs. The principal windows were in the upper stories, and gave light to large and handsome rooms, from which on all sides the most enchanting landscapes satisfied the eye. The weeks that succeeded Inglesant's marriage grew into months, and the months into years in this delightful scene. The old Count spent some months in peaceful satisfaction with his daughter and her husband, delighted with the company of his one grandchild, a little boy. In the spacious dining saloon, with its cool polished floor, it was a pretty sight to see the old courteous nobleman tempting the child with the ripest fruit. The shaded light fell upon the plate and yellow ware on the table, and upon the old cabinets of Italian marqueterie against the walls, whilst by the carved mantelpiece sat the pleased parents, of whom it is recorded that in Rome they passed for the handsomest pair in Italy. In this way, the days of some 3 sunny summers passed away, while the winters were spent in the papal city. But this Arcadian life was not lasting. The old Count was not long content if absent from city life, and the time at the Castillo hung somewhat heavily upon the hearts of both Inglesant and his wife. They were neither of them fitted by previous habits and education for a retired country life, but the circumstance which outwardly appeared to weigh upon Lauretta's mind was uncertainty concerning her brother's fate. From the time of the marriage the cavalier had disappeared, and from that day no word of tidings had been received respecting him. It was known that his circumstances were desperate, and the danger he lay under from secret enemies imminent. The account which her husband had given her of the condition in which he had seen Malvotti dwelt in her imagination, and she brooded over the idea of her brother in a similar state of destitution and misery. It seemed probable that, had he been assassinated, tidings of the event would have reached his family, and if alive it was strange that he had made no application for assistance to those who were still so well able and so willing to render it. This suspense of mystery was more insupportable than certainty of evil would have been. The characters of Inglesant and his wife were of such a nature as most effectively to produce and aggravate this sleepless uneasiness. Upon Lauretta's lenient and gracious, if somewhat pleasure-loving disposition, the impression of the unkindness she had experienced from her brother faded without leaving a trace, and she thought only of some pleasant, long-past incidents, when she had been a pretty, engaging child, whilst the life of romance and excitement, combined with a certain spiritual quixotism, which Inglesant had so long followed, had rendered any other uncongenial to him, and it required little persuasion to induce him to re-enter upon it. But there were other cases at work which led to this same result. For many weeks a sultry wind had, without variation, passed over the south of Italy, laden with putrid exhalations from the earth, and by its sullen steadiness causing stagnation in the air. It would be difficult to describe the terrible effect upon the mind and system of the long continuance of such a state of the atmosphere. A restless fear and depression of spirits prepared the body for the seeds of disease, and the contagion, which was not perhaps generated in the atmosphere, was carried by it with fearful rapidity. The plague struck down its victims at once in city and in country, and spared no rank nor conditions of life. then all bond of fellowship and of society was loosened. Strange crimes and suspicions, strange even to that land of crime and treachery, influenced the lives and thoughts of all men. Innocent persons were hunted to death as poisoners and spreaders of infection. The terrors of the grave broke through the forms of artificial life, and the depravity of the heart was exposed in ghastly nakedness, as the bodies of the dead lay unburied by the waysides. The Castillo di San Giorgio, standing on the summit of a breezy hill, in a thinly peopled district, was as safe a refuge as could perhaps be found, and if uneasiness of mind could have been banished, might have been a happy one. 300 years before, in the childlike unconsciousness of spiritual conflict which the unquestioned rule of Rome for so long produced, it had been possible in the days of Boccaccio for cultivated and refined society to shut itself up in some earthly paradise, and surrounded by horrors and by death, to spend its days in light, wit, and anecdote, undisturbed in mind and kept in bodily health by cheerful enjoyment. But the time for such possibilities as these had long gone by. A mental trouble and uneasiness which pervaded the whole human life at the most quiet times gave place, at such periods of dread and fear, to an intolerable restlessness which altogether precluded the placid enjoyment of the present, however guarded and apparently secure. The apprehension which most weighed upon Loretta's mind was that her brother, flying from some city where the pestilence raged, might be refused succor and assistance, and might even be murdered in the village to which he might flee. Some incidents were of daily occurrence, nor can it be wondered at that human precaution and terror became cruel and merciless, when it is an authenticated fact that the very birds themselves forsook the country places, and disappeared from their native groves at the approach of the plague. Nor were inanimate things even indifferent to the scourge. Patches and blotches of infection broke out upon the walls and houses, and when raped off would reappear until the house itself was burnt down. It was in the midst of this ghastly existence, this life and death, that a wandering mendicant, driven from Rome by the pestilence and craving alms at the Castello, asserted that he knew the Cavalier di Guardino, and that he was ill in Rome, doubtless by this time dead. The man probably lied, or if it was true that he had known the Cavalier, as he had passed him on the steps of the Trinita, the latter part of his story was certainly imaginary. It caused Loretta, however, so much distress that her husband, to comfort her, proposed to ride to Rome and endeavor to discover the truth. The plague was not so virulent in Rome as it were in the south of Italy, and especially in Naples. And to a man using proper precautions, the danger might not be very great. Loretta was distracted. The restless anxiety which gave her no peace until her brother's fate was known urged her to let her husband go. How then should she be more at ease when, in addition to one vision of dread and apprehensions, she would be haunted by another? The new anxiety seemed a relief from the old. Anyhow, the old was intolerable. Any change offered hope. Upon his arrival at Rome, Inglesant went hither and thither, from place to place, as one false report and another led him. Every beggar in the city seemed to have known the Cavalier. The contagion was sufficiently virulent to stop all amusements, and to drive every one from the city who was not compelled to remain. The streets were almost deserted, and those who passed along them walked apart, avoiding each other, and seldom spoke. The most frequented places were the churches, And even there the servants were short and hurried, and divested of everything that could attract the eye. In the unusual silence, the incessant tolling of the bells was more marked than ever. White processions carrying the host glided over the hushed pavements. Once Inglesant thought he had discovered the man of whom he was in search. The cavalier, the story now ran, had arrived in Rome a few days ago from Naples, where the plague had the mastery, so that the living could not bury the dead. He had come, flying towards the healthy north, before the pestilence which had overtaken him as he entered the Giovanni Gate, and had taken refuge in a pest house, which had been established in the courtyard of a little church, as Salvatoris in Laterano ad Scalas Sanctas. Thither Inglesant repaired, in the full glare of an afternoon in the late summer. In a sort of cloister, round a little courtyard, the beds were laid out side by side, on which lay the dying and the dead. Between the worn stones of the courtyard, sprinkled with water, bright flowers were springing up. The monks were flitting about. 2 or 3 of these were also dead already. Inglesant inquired from the stranger who had arrived from Naples. He was dead, the monks told him, but not yet taken away for burial. He lay there, still upon his couch. They took Inglesant to a corner of the courtyard where, looking down upon the dead body, he saw at once it was not that of the cavalier. It was the body of a man in the very prime of life, of a singularly noble and lofty look. He lay with his hands clasped over a little bit of crossed wood the monks had made, his eyes closed, something like a smile upon his lips. The cavalier will not look like that, thought Inglesant to himself. Who was he? In some part of Italy, doubtless, there were at this moment those who waited for him, and wondered, just as he and Loretta were doing. Perhaps in some distant Isereto, some one might be standing over the body of the cavalier, at just such a loss for a name and clue. It did not seem strange to Inglesant. He had wandered through these cross ways and tangled paths of life from a child. He went out into the hot sunshine and down the long straight street, by the great church of the Santa Maria, into the Via Felix, scarcely knowing where he went. Across the whole breadth of Rome, the few persons he met regarded him with suspicion and crossed over to the other side. He himself carried a pomander of silver in the shape of an apple, stuffed with spices, which sent out a curious faint perfume through small holes. He wandered down the steps of the Trinita, where even the beggars were few and quiet, and seeking unconsciously the cooler air of the river, past the desolate Corso, and came down to the Ripetta, to the steps. The sun was sinking now, and the western sky was all ablaze with a strange light. All through the street, the image of the dead man had haunted Inglesant, and the silent city seemed full of such pale and mystic forms. The great dome of St. Peter's stood out dark and clear against the yellow light, which shone through the casements below the dome, till the whole seemed faint and ethereal as the air itself. In the foreground, across the river, were low meadows, and the bare branches of trees and leaves, of which had already withered and fallen. In the distance, the pollard firs upon the ramparts stood out distinctively in fantastic forms. To the left, the pinnacles and vanes of the city shone in the light. In front flowed the dark river, still and low. The large steps by the water's edge, usually so crowded and heaped with market produce, were bare and deserted. A wild, superstitious terror took possession of Inglesant's mind. In this solitude and loneliness, amid the busiest haunts of life, with the image of death on every hand. He felt as though the unseen world might at any moment manifest itself. The buried sky seemed ready to part asunder, and amid the silent courts and pavements, the dead would scarcely seem strangers were they to appear. He stood awaiting, as though expecting a message from beyond the grave. And indeed, it seemed to come. As he stood upon the steps, a gray form came along the pathway on the farther side, beneath the leafless trees, and down the sloping bank. It entered the small boat that lay moored beneath the alders, and guided itself across the stream. It stood erect and motionless, propelling the skiff doubtless by an oar at the stern. But from the place where Inglesant stood, the boat seemed to move of its own accord, like the magic bark in some romance chivalry. In its left hand the figure held something which shone in the light, the yellow glamour of the sunset, dazzling to Inglesant's eyes, fluttered upon its vestment of whitish gray, and clothed its transparent radiance, this shadowy revenant from the tomb. It made no stay at the landing place, but as though on an errand of life and death, it came straight up the wide curved steps, holding forward in its left hand a crucifix of brass. It passed within a step of Inglesant, who was standing, wonderstruck, at the summit of the steps, his silver pomander in his hand. As it passed him, he could see the face, pale and steadfast, with a bright lustre in the eyes, and looking full upon him without pausing. The friar, if it were a friar, said, "He is in Naples, in that city or near it. You will find the man you seek. Aye, and far more than you seek. Let there be no delay on your part." Then, still holding the crucifix forward at arm's length, as though to cleave the poisoned air before him as he went, the figure passed up the street, turning neither to the right nor to the left, and, taking no notice of any of the few loiterers in his way, passed quickly out of sight. Inglesant turned to two fishermen who were coming slowly down towards the ferry. "Did you see that Severate friar?" he said. The men gazed at him uneasily. "He is light-headed," one of them muttered. "He has the plague upon him, and does not know what he says." Though he said this, they might have seen the friar all the same, for Inglesant's manner was excited, and those were perilous times in which to speak to strangers in the streets. The two men got into the boat, and passed over hastily to the other side. Naples. It was walking straight into the jaws of death. The dead were lying in the streets in heaps, sprinkled hastily with lime, and lavish gifts of freedom and of gold could scarcely keep the gallery slaves from breaking out of the city, though they knew that poverty and probably destruction awaited them elsewhere. But this strange message from another world, which bore such an impress of a higher knowledge, how could he disobey it? Far more than he sought. These words haunted him. He made inquiries at the monastery of the Jesuits in the Corso, but could hear nothing of such a man. Most of these to whom he spoke were of opinion that he had seen a vision. He himself sometimes thought it an illusion of the brain, conjured up by the story of the man who came from Naples, by the afternoon heat, and by the sight of the dead. But in all this the divine wisdom might be working. By these strange means the divine hand might guide. Let there be no delay on your part. These words sounded like a far-off echo of Father St. Clare's voice. Once again, the old habit of obedience stirred within him. Wife and child and home stood in the path, But the training which first love had been powerless to oppose was not likely to fall now. Once again his station seemed to be given him. Before, upon the scaffold, at the traitor's dock, in prison, he had been found at the appointed post. Would it be worth while now, when life was so much farther run out, to falter and turn back? The higher walks of the holy life had indeed proved too difficult and steep, but to this running footman's sort of business he had before proved himself equal. Should he now be found untrustworthy even in this? He resolved to go. If he returned at all, he would be back at the Castillo before any increased apprehension would be felt. If it were the will of God that he should never return, the Jesuit fathers would undertake the care of Loretta and his child. He confessed and received the sacrament at the church of the Gesu in the chapel of St. Ignacio, in the clear morning light, kneeling upon the cold, brilliant marble floor. It was the last day of July, very early, and the church was swept and garnished for the great festival of the saint. Inglesant did not wait for the sudden festival, but left home immediately that the early Mass was done. End of chapter 33. Read by Elijah Fisher. Section 52 of John Inglesant, A Romance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. John Inglesant, A Romance, by Joseph Henry Shorthouse. Section 52, Chapter 34, Part 1. When Inglesant had passed the Pontine marshes, and had come into the flowery and wooded country about Moa, where the traveller begins to rejoice and to delight his eyes, he found this beautiful land little less oppressive than the dreary marshes he had left. The vineyards covered the slopes, and hung their festoons on every side. The citron and jasmine and orange bloomed around him, and in the cooler and more shady walks flowers yet covered the ground in spite of the heat. The sober tints of the oaks and beeches contrasted with the brilliant orange groves and vineyards, and, with the palms and aloes, offered that variety which usually charms the traveller and the distant sea, calm and blue, with the long headlands covered with battlements and gay villas, with plantations and terraces, carried the eye onward into the dim unknown distance, with what is usually a sense of delightful desire. But as Inglesant rode along, an overpowering sense of oppression and heaviness hung over this beautiful land. The heat was intense. No rain nor dew had fallen for many weeks. The ground was, in most places, scored and hard, and the leaves were withered. The brooks were nearly dry, and the plantations near the roads were white with dust. An overpowering perfume, sickly and penetrating, filled the air, and seemed to choke the breath. A deadly stillness pervaded the land, and scarcely a human form, either of wayfarer or peasant, was to be seen. At the small towns near to Naples, every form of life was silent and inert. Inglesant was received without difficulty, as he was going towards Naples, but he was regarded with wonder, and remonstrated with as courting certain death. He halted at Aversa, and waited till the midday heat was past. Here, at last, there seemed some little activity in life. A sort of market even appeared to be held, and Inglesant asked the host what it meant. "When the plague first began in Naples, Signor," he said, "a market was established here to supply the city with bread, fresh meat, and other provisions. Officers appointed by the city came out hither and conveyed it back. But as the plague became more deadly, most of those thus sent out never returned to the city, in spite of the penalties to which such conduct exposed them. Since the plague spread into the country places, the peasants have mostly ceased to bring their produce. But what little is brought, you see here, and one of the magistrates is generally obliged to come out from Naples to receive it. Is the city suffering from famine, then? Asked Inglesant. The city is like hell itself, Signor cavalier, replied the host. They tell me that he who looks upon it will never be able to sleep peacefully again. They lie heaped together in the streets, the dying and the dead. The hospitals are choked with dead bodies, so that none dare go in. They are blowing up masses of houses, so as to bury the bodies under the ruins with lime and water and earth. 20,000 persons have died in a single day. Those who have been induced to touch the dead to cart them away never live more than 2 days. The religious and the physicians and the magistrates, then, remain at their posts? Said Inglesant. The host shrugged his shoulders. There is not more to be said of one class than another, he said. There are cowards in all. Many of the physicians fled, but, on the other hand, 2 strange physicians came forward of their own accord and offered to be shut up in the Santa Casa hospital. They never came out alive. Many of the religious fled, but the Capuchins and the Jesuits, they say, are all dead. Most of the Franciscan friars are dead, and all the great Carmelites. They run to all houses that are most infected, and to those streets that are the most thronged with petrified bodies, and into those hospitals where the plague is hottest, and confess the sick and attend them to their last gasp, and receive their poisonous breath as though it were the scent of a rose. But is no attempt made to bury the dead? They are letting out the gallery of slaves, 100 at a time, replied the host. They offer freedom and a pension for life to the survivors, but none do survive. Fathers and mothers desert their own children, children their parents. Nay, they throw them out into the streets to die. What would you have? The host paused and looked at Inglesant curiously as he sat drinking some wine. Have you a lady-love in Naples, Signor? He said at last. Or are you heir to a rich man and wish to save his gold? I am leaving wife and child, replied Inglesant bitterly, to seek a man whom I hate, whom I shall never find under the heaps of dead. You had better say at once that I am mad. That is nearest to the truth. The host looked at him compassionately and left the room. In the cool of the evening, Inglesant rode through the deserted vineyards and approached the barriers. On the way, he met some few-foot passengers, pale and emaciated, trudging doggedly onwards. They were leaving death behind them, but they saw nothing but misery and death elsewhere. They took no notice of Inglesant as they passed. Many of them, exhausted and smitten with the disease, sank down and died by the wayside. When he arrived at the barriers, he found them deserted, and no guard whatever kept. He left his horse at a little osteria without the gate, which also seemed deserted. There was hay in the stable, and the animal might shift for himself if so inclined. Inglesant let him loose. As he entered the city and passed through the Largo into the Strada Toledo, the sight that met his eyes was one never to be forgotten. The streets were full of people, more so, indeed, than is useful even in Naples, for business was at a stand. The houses were full of infection, and a terrible restlessness drove every one here and there. The stately rows of houses and palaces and lofty churches looked down on a changing, fleeting, restless crowd, unoccupied, speaking little, walking hither and thither with no aim, every few minutes turning back and retracting their steps. Every quarter of an hour or thereabouts, a confused procession of priests and laymen, singing doleful and despairing mysticism, and bearing the sacred host with canopy and crosses, came from one side of the streets or out of one of the churches and proceeded along the strata. As these processions passed, everyone prostrated themselves with an excess and desperate earnestness of devotion, and many followed the host. But in a moment or two, those who knelt or those who followed rose or turned away with gestures of despair or distraction, as though incapable of sustained action or of confidence in any remedy. And at this there could be no wonder, since this crowd of people were picking their way amid a mass of dead corruption on every side of them under their feet. On the stone pavement of the stately strata, on the palace stairs, on the steps before the churches, lay corpses in every variety of contortion at which death can arrive. Sick people upon beds and heaps of linen, some delicate and costly, some filthy and decayed, lay mingled with the dead. They had been turned out of the houses, or had deserted them to avoid being left to die alone. And every now and then, some one of those who walked apparently in health would lie down, stricken by the heat or by the plague, and join this prostrate throng, for whom there was no longer, in this world, any hope of revival. This sight, which would have been terrible anywhere, was unutterably distressing and ghastly in Naples, the city of thoughtless pleasure and of reckless mirth, a city lying under a blue and cloudless sky, by an azure sea, glowing in the unsurpassable brilliancy and splendor of the sun, as this dazzling blue and gold, before which all colors pale, made the scene the most ghastly that could have been chosen as the theatre for such an appalling spectacle. So, among a people childlike and grotesque, seducing the stranger into sympathy with its delight, a people crowned with flowers, and clothed in colors of every shade, full of high and gay spirits, and possessed of a conscience that gives no pain. This mask and dance of death assumed an aspect of intolerable horror. Naples was given over to pantomime and festival, leading dances and processions with thyrsus and garlands, and trailing branches of fruit. The old fabulae and farce lingered yet beneath the delicious sky, and in the lovely spots of earth that lured the pagan to dream that earth was heaven. The poles and scaffolds and dead flowers of the last festival still lingered in the streets. In this city, turned at once into a charnel house, nay, into a hell and place of torment, the mighty, unseen hand suddenly struck down its prey, and without warning seized upon the wretched conscience, all unprepared for such a blow. The cast of pantomime is a strange sight beneath the glare and light of midday, but here were quacks and nobles, jugglers and soldiers, comic actors and philosophi, pleasure-seekers and monks, gentry and beggars, all surprised, as it were, suddenly by the light and glare of the death angel's torch, and crowded upon one level stage of misery and despair. Sick and dizzy with horror, and choked with the deadly smell and malaria, Inglesant turned into several osteria, but could find no host in any. In several he saw sights which chilled his blood. At last he gave up the search, and, weary as he was, sought the hospitals. The approaches to some of these were so blocked up by the dead and the dying who had vainly sought admission that entrance was impossible. In others the galley slaves were at work. In every open spot of ground where the earth could be disturbed without cutting off the water pipes which ran through the city, trenches had been dug, and the bodies which were collected from the streets and hospitals were thrown hastily into them and covered with lime and earth. Inglesant stayed into the Monte della Misericordia, which had recently been cleared of the dead, A few sick persons lay in the beds, but the house seemed wonderfully clean and sweet, and the rooms cool and fresh. The floors were soaked with vinegar, and the place was full of the scent of juniper, bayberries, and rosemary, which were burning in every room. It seemed to Inglesant like a little heaven, and he sank exhausted upon one of the beds. They brought him some wine, and presently the Signor Di Mauro, one of the physicians appointed by the city, who still remained bravely at his post, came and spoke to him. "I perceive that you are a stranger in Naples and untouched by the disease," he said. "I am at a loss to account for your presence here. This house is indeed cleared for a moment, but it is the last time that we can expect help. The supply of galley slaves is failing, and when it stops entirely, which it must in a few days, I see nothing in the future but the general expectation of all the inhabitants of this fated city, and that its vast circumference, filled with putrefaction and venom, will afterwards be uninhabitable to the rest of mankind." This doleful foreboding made little impression upon Inglesant, who was indeed too much exhausted both in mind and body to pay much attention to anything. "I am come to Naples," he said faintly, "in search of another. Will you let me stay in this house tonight? I can find no one in the inns." "I will do better for you than that," said the good physician. "You shall come to my own house, which is free from infection. I have but one inmate, an old servant, who, I think, is too dry and withered a morsel even for the plague. I am going at once." Something in Inglesant's manner probably attracted him. Otherwise, it is difficult to account for his kindness to a stranger under such circumstances. They went out together. Inglesant, by chance, seemed to be about to turn into another and smaller street. The physician pulled him back hurriedly with a shudder. "Whatever you do," he said in a whisper, "keep to the principal thoroughfares. I dare not recollect. The most heated imagination would shrink from conceiving the unutterable horrors of the by-streets, picking their way among the dead bodies, which the slaves, with handkerchiefs steeped in vinegar over their faces, were piling into carts. The two proceeded down the strata. Inglesant asked the physician how the plague first began in Naples. "It is the terrible enemy of mankind," replied the other. "He was rather a pompous man, with all his kindness and devotion, and used long words. That walk stained with slaughter by night. We know not whence it comes. Before it are beautiful gardens, crowded habitations, and populous cities. Behind it, unfruitful emptiness and howling desolation. Before it, the guards and armies of mighty princes are as dead men, and physicians are no protection either to the sick or to themselves. Some imagine that it comes from the cities of the East, some that it arises from poverty and famine, and from the tainted and perishing flesh, and unripe fruits, and hurtful herbs, which, in times of scarcity and dearth, the starving people greedily devour to satisfy their craving hunger. Others contend that it is inflicted immediately by the hand of God. These are mostly the priests. When we have puzzled our reason and are at our wits' end through ignorance, we come to that. I read something in a play written by one of your countrymen, for I perceive you are an Englishman, where all mistakes are laid upon the king. End of chapter 34, part 1. Read by Elijah Fisher. Section 53 of John Inglesant, A Romance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. John Inglesant, A Romance by Joseph Henry Shorthouse. Section 53, Chapter 34, Part 2. They were arrived by this time at the physician's house, and were received by an old woman whose appearance fully justified her master's description. She provided for Inglesant's wants, and prepared a bed for him, and he sank into an uneasy, restless sleep. The night was stiflingly hot, Suppressed cries and groans broke the stillness, and the distant chanting of monks was heard at intervals. Soon after midnight, the churches were again crowded. Mass was said, and thousands received the sacrament with despairing faith. The physician came into Inglesant's room early in the morning. "I am going out," he said. "Keep as much as possible out of the churches. They spread the contagion. The magistrates wished to close them, but the superstitious people would not hear of it. I will make inquiries, and if any of the religious or any one else has heard your friend's name, I will send you word. I may not return." Shortly after he was gone, the crowd thronging in one direction before Inglesant's window caused him to rise and follow. He came to one of the slopes of the hill of Santo Martino, above the city. Here a crowd composed of every class, from a noble down to the lowest Lazzaroni, were engaged in the clear morning light in building a small house. Some were making bricks, some drawing along stones, some carrying timber. A nun had dreamed that were a hermitage erected for her order, the plague would cease, and the people set to work with desperate earnestness to finish the building. By the way side up the ascent were set empty barrels, into which the wealthier citizens dropped gold and jewels to assist the work. As Inglesant was standing by, watching the work, he was accosted by a dignified, highly bred old gentleman in a velvet coat and Venus lace, who seemed less absorbed in the general panic than the rest. "This is a strange sight," he said. "What a tyranny of the Spaniards was not able to do, the plague has done. When the Spaniard was storming the gates, the gentlemen of the Borgo Santa Maria and the Lazzaroni fought each other in the streets, and the gentlemen avowed that they preferred any degree of foreign tyranny to acknowledging or associating with the common people. With this deadly enemy not only at the gates, but in the very midst of us, gentlemen and Lazzaroni toiled together without a thought of suspicion or contempt. The plague has made us all equal. I perceive that you are a stranger. May I ask what has brought you into this ill-fated city at such a time?" "I am in search of my relation, Il Cavalier di Gardino," replied Inglesant. "Do you know such a name?" "It seems familiar to me," replied the old gentleman. "Have you a reason to suppose that he is in Naples?" Inglesant said that he had. "The persons most likely to give you information would be the signori, the officers of the galleys. They would doubtless be acquainted with the cavalier before the plague became so violent, and would know, at any rate, whether it was his intention to leave Naples or not. The galleys lie, as you know, moored together there in the bay, and many other ships lie near them, upon which persons have taken refuge who believe that the plague cannot touch them on the water, an expectation in which, I believe, many have been fatally deceived." Inglesant thanked the gentleman, and inquired how it was that he remained so calm and unconcerned amidst the general consternation. "I am too old for the plague," he replied. "Nothing can touch me but death itself. I am also," he continued with a peculiar smile, "the fortunate possessor of a true piece of the Holy Cross, so that, you see, I am doubly safe." Inglesant went at once to the harbor, musing on the way on these last words, and wondering whether they were spoken in good faith or irony. The scenes on the street seemed more terrible even than on the preceding day. The slaves were engaged here and there in removing the bodies, but the task was far beyond their strength. Cries of pain and terror were heard on all sides, and every now and then a maddened wretch would throw himself from a window, or would rush, naked perhaps, from a house, and, stumbling and leaping over the corpses and the dying, like the demoniac among the tombs, would fling himself in desperation into the water of the harbor, or over the walls into the moats. One of these maniacs, passing close to Inglesant, attempted to embrace a passerby, who coolly ran him through the body with his sword, the bystanders applauding the act. In the harbor, corpses were floating, which a few slaves in boats were feebly attempting to drag together with hooks. They escaped their efforts, and rose and sank with a ghastly resemblance to life. Upon the quay, Inglesant fortunately found the physician, Signor Morrow, who was himself going on board the galleys to endeavor to procure the loan of more slaves. He offered to take Inglesant with him. As they went, the physician told him he had not discovered any trace of the cavalier, but what was very curious, he said, many other persons appeared to be engaged in the same search. It might be that all these people were in fact by one multiplied by the forgetfulness and by the excited imaginations of those from whom Signor Morrow had obtained his information. But if those persons were to be believed, monks, friars, physicians, soldiers, and even ladies were engaged in this singular search in a city where all ties of friendship were forgotten, for a man whom no one knew. As they shot over the silent water, and by the shadowy hulks of ships lying idle and untended, with the cry of the city of the dead behind them and the floating corpses around, Inglesant listened to the physician as a man listens in a dream. Long shadows stretched across the harbor, which sparkled beneath the rays of the newly risen sun. A sudden swoon stole over Inglesant's spirits, through which the voice of the physician sounded distant and faint. He gave himself up for lost, yet he felt a kind of dim expectation that something was about to happen, which these unknown inquirers foretold. The galleys lay moored near together, with several other ships of large size in company. Signor Morrow climbed to the quarter-deck of the largest galley on which the commodore was, and Inglesant followed him, still hardly knowing what he did. The oars were shipped, but the slaves were chained to their benches, as though the galleys were at sea. They were singing and playing at cards. Upon the quarter-deck, pointing to the long files of slaves, were two loaded howitzers, behind each of which stood a gunner with a lighted match. Soldiers, heavily armed, and with long whips, paraded the raised gangway or passage which ran the whole length of the ship between the rows of benches upon which the slaves were placed. The officers were mostly on the quarter-deck. They looked pale and excited, though it was singular that few or no cases of the plague had occurred among the slaves who remained on board. The decks were washed with vinegar, and the galleys and slaves were much cleaner than usual. The physician stated his request to the commander, who ordered 10 slaves from every galley to be sent on shore. Some were wanted to act as bakers, some as butchers, most of the artisans in the city having fled or perished. A boatswain was ordered to make the selection. He chose 1 or 2, and then called upon the rest to volunteer. Inglesant was standing by him on the gangway, looking down the files of slaves. There were men of every age, of every rank, and almost of every country. As the boatswain gave the word, every hand was held up. To all these men death was welcome at the end of 2 or 3 days' change of life, abundance of food, and comparative freedom. The boatswain selected 10 by chance. Signor Morrow inquired among the officers concerning the cavalier, but could obtain no positive information. Most had heard the name. Some professed to have known him intimately, all united in saying he had left Naples. Inglesant and the physician visited 2 or 3 other galleys, but with no greater success. They returned on shore as the heat was becoming intense. The churches were crowded, and the Holy Sacrament was exhibited every few moments. The physician refused to enter any of them. Then Inglesant determined to try the hospitals again. He went to the Santa Casa degli Incurabili, which the day before he had not been able to approach for the dying and the dead. The slaves had worked hard all night, and hundreds of corpses had been removed and buried in a vast trench without the wall of the hospital. Inglesant passed through many of the rooms and spoke to several of the religious persons who were tending to the sick, but could learn nothing of the object of his search. At last one of the monks conducted him into the strange room called the Antecamera de Morti, to which, in more orderly times, the patients whose cases were hopeless were removed. There, at the last extremity of life, before they were hurried into the great pit outside the walls, lay the plague-stricken, some unconscious, yet with fearful throes and gasps awaiting their release, some in an agony of pain and death, crying upon God and the saints. Kneeling by the bedsides were several monks, but at the farther end of the room, bending over a sick man, was a figure in a friar's gown that made Inglesant stop suddenly, and his heart beat quicker as he caught his companion's arm. "Who is that friar, father?" he said. "The one at the end, bending over the bed." "Ah, that," said the priest, "that is Father Gracia of the Capuchins, a very holy man, and devoted to mortification and good works. He is blind, though he moves about so cleverly. He says that, too, within the last few years, his life was passed in every species of sin, and he relates that he was solemnly given over to the vengeance of the blessed Gesu by his mortal enemy, the minion of a cardinal, and that the Lord has afflicted him with untold sorrows and sufferings to bring him to himself and to a life of holy mortification and charity, which he leads unceasingly, night and day. He is but now come in hither, knowing that the sick man by whose bed he is dying of the plague in its most fearful form, man whom none willingly will approach. Mostly he is in the vilest dens of the city, wrecking with pestilence, where to go, to all save him, is certain death. His holiness and the Lord's will keep him, so that the plague cannot touch him. Ah, he is coming this way." It was true. The friar had suddenly started from his recumbent position, conscious that the man before him was no more. At the same moment, his mind, released from the attention which had riveted it before, seemed to become aware of a presence in the chamber of death, which was of the intensest interest. He came down the passage in the center of the room with an eager, unfaltering step, as though able to see, and coming to within a few feet of the two men, he stopped and looked towards them with an excited glance, as though he saw their faces. Inglesant was embarrassed, and hesitated whether to recognize him or not. At last, pitying the look in the blind man's face, he said, "This holy father is not unknown to me, though I know not that he would desire to meet me again. I am the minion of a cardinal of whom you spoke." The friar stretched out his hands before him with an eager, delighted gesture. "I knew it," he said. "I felt your presence long before you spoke. It signifies little whether I am glad to find you or no. It is part of the Lord's purpose that we should meet." "This is a strange and sanctified meeting," said the priest, "in the room of death, and by the beds of the dying. Doubtless you have much to say that can be said to yourselves alone." "I cannot stay," said the friar wildly. "I came in here but for a moment, for this wretched man who is gone to his account needed one as wretched and as wicked as himself. But they are dying now in the streets and alleys, calling upon the God whom they know not. They need the vilest sinner to whom the Lord has been gracious to kneel by their side. They need the vilest sinner. Therefore, I must go." He stopped for a moment. Then he said more calmly, "Meet me in Santa Charia, behind the altar, by the tomb of the wise king, this evening at sunset. By that time, though the need will be as pressing, yet the frail body will need a little rest, and I will speak with you for an hour. Fail not to come. You will learn how your sword was the sword, and your breath was the breath of the Lord." "I will surely be there," said Inglesant. The friar departed, leaving the priest and Inglesant alone. They went out into the garden of the hospital, a plot of ground planted with fruit trees, and with vines trailing over the high stone walls. Walking up and down in the shade, with the intense blue of the sky overhead, one might for a time forget the carnival of death that was crowding every street and lane around. Inglesant inquired of his companion more particularly concerning the friar. "He is a very holy man," said the priest with a significant gesture, "but he is not right in his head. His sufferings have touched his brain. He believes that he has seen the Lord in a vision, and not only so, but that all Rome was likewise a witness of the miracle. It is a wonderful story, which doubtless he wishes to relate to you this evening." End of section 53. Read by Elijah Fisher. Section 54 of John Inglesant, a Romance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. John Inglesant, a Romance, by Joseph Henry Shorthouse. Chapter 35, Part 1. In the vast church of the Santa Chiara, with its open nave which spread itself on every side like a magic hall of romance, the wide floor and the altars of the side chapels had been crowded all day by prostrate worshippers. But when Inglesant entered it about sunset, it was comparatively empty. A strange, unearthly perfume filled the church, and clouds of incense yet hovered beneath the painted ceiling and obscured the figure of the saint chasing his enemies. Streaks of light, transfigured through the colored prism of the prophets and martyrs that stood in the painted glass, lighted up the wreaths of smoke, and colored the marbles and frescoes of the walls and altars. The mystic glimmer of the sacred tapers in the shaded chapels, and the concluding strains of the chanting before the side altars, which had followed the vesper service and benediction, filled the church with half light and half shadow, half silence and half sound, very pleasing and soothing to the sense. Inglesant passed up the church towards the high altar, before which he knelt, and as he did so, a procession carrying the sacrament entered by another door, and advanced to the altar, upon which it was again deposited. The low, melancholy Monsieur, half entreating, half desponding, spoke to the heart of a man of a language like his own, and, as this theme was taken up by one of the organs, the builder's art and the musician's melted into one, in tier after tier of carved imagery, wave after wave of mystic sound. All conscious thought and striving seemed to fade from the heart, and before the altar, and amid the swell of sound, the soul lost itself, and lay silent and passive on the eternal love. Behind the high altar, Inglesant found the friar by the grave of the wise king. Upon the slabs of the Gothic tomb, covered with carving and bas-relief, the king is seated and dressed in royal robes, but upon the sarcophagus he lies in death, bereft of all his estate, and clothed in no garment but a Franciscan's gown. Beside him lies his son in his royal robes, covered with fleurs-de-lis, and other tombs of the kingly race of Anjou surround him, all emblazoned with coat, armor, and device of rank. Between the tombs of the two kings stood the friar, his head bowed upon his hands. The light grew every moment less and less bright, and the shadows stretched ever longer and longer across the marble floor. The lamps before the shrines and the altar tapers in the funeral chapels shone out clearer and more distinct. The organs had ceased, but the dolorous chanting of the Messiah from beyond the high altar still came to them with a remote and wailing tone. Inglesant advanced towards the friar, who appeared to be aware of his presence by instinct, and raised his head as he drew near. He returned no answer to Inglesant's greeting, but seated himself upon a bench near one of the tombs, and began at once, like a man who has little time to spend. "I am desirous," he said, "of telling you at once of what has occurred to me. Who can tell what may happen at any moment to hinder unless I do? It is a strange and wonderful story in which you and I and all men would be but puppets in the divine hand, were not the divine. Love such that we are rather children, led onward by their father's hand, welcomed home by their mother's smile." It was indeed a strange story that the friar told Inglesant to the darkening church. In places it was incoherent and obscure. The first part of his narrative, as it relates to others besides himself, is told here in a different form, so that, if possible, what really happened might be known. The latter part, being untranslatable into any other language, and inexplicable upon any basis of fact, must be told in his own words. "When you left me at the mountain chapel," said the friar, "I thought of nothing but that I had escaped with life. I thought I had met with a fantastic whose brain was turned with monkish fancies, and I blessed my fortunate stars that such had been the case. I thought little of the divine vengeance that dodged my steps." When Inglesant met Malvolti upon the mountain pass, as he gathered from the friar's narrative, the latter, utterly penniless and undone, having exhausted every shift and art of policy, and being so well known in all the cities of Italy that he was safe in none of them, had bethought himself of his native place. It was indeed almost the only place where the character was unknown, and his person comparatively safe. But it had other attractions for the hunted and desperate man. Malvolti's father had died when his son was a boy, and his mother in a year or two married again. His stepfather was a harsh and unkind to the fatherless child, and the seeds of evil were shown in the boy's heart by the treatment he received. But a year after this marriage, a little girl was born, who won her way at once into the heart of the forlorn and unhappy lad. He was her constant playmate, protector, and instructor. For several years the only happy moments of his life were passed, when he could steal away with her to the woods and hills, wandering for hours together alone or with the woodcutters and charcoal burners, and when after a few years the unkindness of his parents and his own restless and passionate nature sent him into the world in which he played so evil a part, the image of the innocent child followed him into senses of vice, and was never obliterated from his memory. The murmur of the leaves above the falling floor, where they lay together during the midday heat, the splash of the fountains, where they watched the flocks of sheep drinking, followed him into strange places and foreign countries, and arose to his recollection in moments of danger and even of passion and crime. The home of Malvolti's parents had been in the suburb of a small town of the Bolognes. Here, at some little height above the town on the slope of the wooded hills, a monastery and chapel had been erected, and in course of time some few houses had grouped themselves around, among which that of Malvolti's father had been the most considerate. The sun was setting behind the hills when Malvolti, weary, dispirited, and dying of hunger, came along the winding road from the south, which skirted the projecting spurs of the mountains. The slanting rays penetrated the woods, and shone between the openings of the hills, lighting up the grass-grown buildings of the monastery, and the belfry of the little chapel, where the bell was ringing for vespers. Below, the plain stretched itself peacefully, A murmur of running water blended with the tolling of the bell. A waft of peace and calm, like a breeze from paradise, fell upon Malvolti's heart, and he seemed to hear soft voices welcoming him home. He pictured to himself his mother's kind greeting, his sister's delight. Even his stern stepfather's figure was softened in the universal evening glow. It was a fairy vision, in which the passing years had found no place, where the avenging footsteps that follow sin did not come, and which had no reality in actual existence. He turned the angle of the wood, and stood before his home. It lay in ruins and desolate. End of section 54. Read by Elijah Fisher.
Section 55 of John Inglesant, A Romance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. John Inglesant, A Romance, by Joseph Henry Shorthouse. Chapter 35, Part 2. The sun sank below the hills. The bell went on tolling monotonously through the deepening gloom. Dazed and faint, Malvolti followed its tones into the chapel, where the vesper service began. When it was ended, the miserable man spoke to one of the monks and craved some food. Deprived of his last hope, his senses faint and dull with weariness and hunger, and lulled by the soft strains of devout sound, his life confessed at last to have been completely a failure, and the wages of sin to have turned to withered leaves in his hand. His heart was more disposed than perhaps it had ever been to listen to the soft accents of penitence, and to hear the whispering murmur that haunts the shadowy walks of mortified repentance. Comforted by food, the kindly words of pity and exhortation stole upon his senses, and he almost fancied that he might find a home and peace without further wandering and punishment. He was much deceived. He inquired concerning the fate of those whom, debased and selfish as he was, he still loved, especially now when this sight of long-forgotten but still familiar places recalled the past and seemed to obliterate the intervening years. The monks told him a story of sorrow and of sin, such as he himself often had participated in and would have heard at another time with a smile of indifference. His stepfather was dead, killed in a feud which his own insolent temper had provoked. His mother and sister had continued for some time to live in the same house, and there perhaps he might have found them, had not a gentleman whose convenience had led him to claim the hospitality of the monastery for a night's rest chanced to see his sister in the morning as he mounted his horse. The sight of a face whose beauty combined a haughty clearness of outline with a certain coy softness of expression and a figure of perfect form detained him from his intended journey, and he obtained admittance into the widow's house. What wizard arts he practised the monks did not know, but when he departed he left anxiety and remorse where he had found content and a certain peace. In due time the two women, despairing of his return, had followed him, and the younger, the monks had heard, and they believed the report, ill-treated and spurned, was now living in Florence a life of sin. The softened expression of rest and penitence which had begun to show itself in Malvolti's face left it, and the more habitual one of cruel and hungry sin returned as he inquired, "Did the reverend fathers remember the name of this man?" The good monks hesitated as they saw the look in the inquirer's face, but it was not their duty to conceal the truth from one who undoubtedly had a right to be informed of it. "It is our duty to practise forgiveness even of the greatest injuries, my son," one of them replied. "Our blessed Lord has enjoined it, and left us this as an example, that he has forgiven us." The man was called Il Cavaliere di Guardino. The monks were relieved when they saw that their guest showed no emotion upon hearing this name. Only he said that he must go to Florence and endeavour to find his sister. But in truth there was in the man's mind, under a calm exterior, a crisis of feeling not easy to describe. That the Cavaliere, his familiar accomplice, in whose company and by whose aid he had himself so often committed ravages upon the innocent, should, in the chance medley of life, be selected to inflict this blow, affected him in a strange and unaccustomed way, with a sense of a hitherto unrecognized justice at work among the affairs of men. He was so utterly at the end of all his hopes, life was so completely closed to him, and his soul was so sorely stricken in return for all his sins in the only holy and sacred spot that remained in his fallen nature, his love and remembrance of his sister, that it seemed as if a revulsion of feeling might take place, and that in this depth and slough there might appear, though dimly, the possibility of an entrance into a higher life. He was better known in Florence than in any city of Italy except Rome, and if he went there his violent death was almost certain, yet he determined to go. He assured Inglesant afterwards, in relating the story, that his object was not revenge, but that his desire was to seek out and rescue his sister. Revenge doubtless brooded in his mind, but it was not the motive which urged him onward. He told Inglesant a strange story of his weary journey to Florence, subsisting on charity from convent to convent, of his wandering up and down in the beautiful city, worn out with hunger and fatigue, unknown and hiding himself from recognition. Amid the grim forms of vice that haunted the shadowy recesses of the older parts of the city, in the vaulted halls of deserted palaces, and the massive fastnesses of patrician strife, he flitted like a ghost, pale and despairing, urged on by a restless desire that knew no respite. In these dens of a reckless life, which had thrown off all restraint and decorum, he recognized many whom he had known in other days and in far different places. In these gloomy halls, which had once been bright with youth and gaiety, but were now hideous with poverty and crime, in which the windows were darkened and the colored ceilings and frescoed walls were blurred with smoke and damp, and which were surrounded by narrow alleys which shut out the light and cut them off from all connection with the outer world. He at last heard of the Cavaliere. He was told that, flying from Rome after his sister's marriage, he had been arrested for some offence in the south of Italy, and those into whose hands he fell being old enemies, and bearing him some grudge, he was thrown into prison, and even condemned to the galleys, for, since the papal election, he was no longer able to claim even a shadow of protection from any of the great families who had once been his patrons. After a short imprisonment, he was deputed, among others, to perform some such office as Inglesant had seen undertaken by the slaves in Naples, for the plague had raged for some summers past, with more or less intensity in southern Italy. While engaged in this work, he had managed to make his escape, and had not long since arrived in Florence, where he had kept himself closely concealed. Malvolti was told the secret lurking place where he might probably be found. It was a brilliantly hot afternoon, continued Malvolti, speaking very slowly. You will wonder that I tell you this, but it was the last time that I ever saw the sun. I remember the bright and burning pavements, even in the narrow alleys, out of which I turned into the long and dark entries and vaulted rooms. I followed some persons who entered before me, and some voices which led me onward into a long and lofty room in the upper stories, at the farther end of which, before a high window partially boarded up, some men were at play. As I came up the room, all the other parts of which lay in deep shadow, the light fell strongly upon a corner of the table and upon the man who was casting the dice. He had just thrown his chance, and he turned his head as I came up. He appeared to be naked, except his slippers and a cloak or blanket of white cloth with pale yellow stripes. His hair was closely cropped. His face, which was pale and aquiline, was scarred and seamed with deep lines. of guilt and misery, especially round the eyes from which flashed a lurid light, and his lips were parted with a mocking and satanic laugh. His dark and massive throat and chest, and his long and sinewy arms forced their way out of the cloth with which he was wrapped, and the lean fingers of both hands, which crossed each other convulsively, were pointed exultingly to the deuce of ace which he had thrown. The last sight I ever saw, the last sight my eyes will ever behold until they open before the throne of God, was this demon-like figure standing out clear and distinct against the shadowy gloom in which dim figures seemed to move, and the dice upon the table by his side. He burst out into a wild and mocking laugh. "Ah, Malvolti," he said, "you were ever unlucky at the dice. Come and take your chances in the next main." I know not what fury possessed me, nor why, at that moment especially, this man's mocking villainy inspired me with such headlong rage. I remembered nothing but the crimes and wrongs which he had perpetrated. I drew the dagger I carried beneath my clothes and sprang upon him with a cry as wild as his own. What happened I cannot tell. I seemed to hear the laughter of fiends and to feel the tortures of hell on every side. Then all was darkness and the grave. Overpowered, as it seemed, by the recollection of his sufferings, the friar paused and sank upon his knees upon the pavement. The miserere had died away, and a profound gloom, broken only by the flicker of tapers, filled the church. Inglesant was deeply moved, less, however, by sympathy with the man's story than by the consciousness of the emotions which he himself experienced. It was scarcely possible to believe that he was the same man who, some short years before, had longed for this meeting with a bloodthirsty desire that he might take some terrible vengeance upon his brother's murderer. Now he stood before the same murderer who not so long before had attempted to take his life also, with perhaps the very dagger of which he now spoke, and as he looked down upon him, no feeling but that of pity was in his heart. In the presence of the awful visitant, who at that moment was filling the city which lay around them with death and corruption, and before whose eternal power the strife and enmity of man shrank away appalled and silenced, it was not wonderful that inordinate hate should cease. But as he gazed upon the prostrate man before him, an awe-inspiring feeling took possession of Inglesant's mind, which still more effectually crushed every sentiment of anger or revenge. The significance of his own half-conceived action was revealed to him, and he recognized with something approaching to terror that the cause was no longer his, that another hand had interposed to strike, and that his sword had spared the murderer of his brother only that he might become the victim of that divine vengeance which has said, "I will repay." The friar rose from his knees. I found myself in the monastery of the Cappuccini, on the bank of the river, blind and holding life by the faintest thread. That I lived was a miracle. I'd been struck with some 20 wounds, and in mere wantonness my eyes had been pierced as I lay apparently dead. I was thrown into the river, which flowed by gloomy vaults beneath the houses, and had been carried down by the stream to the garden of a monastery where I was found. As I recovered strength, the monks thought that my reason would not survive. For days and nights I lay bound a raving madman. At last, when my pains subsided, and my mind was a little calmed and subdued, I was sent out into the world, and begged my way from village to village, not caring where I went, my mind an utter blank, filled only now and then with horrible sights and dreams. I had no sense of God or Christ, no feeling but a blind, senseless despair and confusion. Thus I wandered on. I got at last a boy to lead me and buy me food. I know not why I did not rather lie down and die. Sometimes I did fling myself down, resolving not to move again, but some love of life or some divine prompting caused me to rise and wander on in my miserable path. At last, towards the end of the year, I came to Rome, and I wandered about the city seeking alms. The boy who led me, and who had attached himself to me, God knows why, told me all he saw and all that passed. And I, who knew every phase and incident of Roman life, explained to him such things in a languid and indifferent way, for I found no pleasure nor relief in anything. I grew more and more miserable. Our life was hard, and we were ill-fed, and the terrors of my memory haunted my spirits, weakened and depressed for want of food. The forms of those whom I had wronged, nay, murdered, lay before me. They rose and looked upon me from every side. My misery was greater than I could bear. I desired death and tried to accomplish it, but my hand always failed. I bought poison, but my boy watched me and changed the drink. I did not know this, and expected death. It did not come. Then suddenly, as I lay in a kind of trance, that morning in the mountain pass came into my remembrance, and it flashed suddenly into my mind that I was not my own, that no poison could hurt me, no sword slay me, that the sword of vengeance was in the Lord's hand, and would work his will alone. What greater punishment could be in store for me, I knew not, but stunned by this idea, I ceased to strive and cry any more. I waited in silence for the final blow. It came. The year had come nearly to an end, and it was Christmas Eve. All day long in the churches in Rome had the services, the processions, the religious shows gone on. My boy and I had followed them one by one, and he had, in his boyish way, told me all that he saw. The new pope went in procession to St. Giovanni in Laterano, with all the cardinals, patriarchs, archbishops, and bishops, all the nobility, courtiers, and interminable length of attendants, Switzers, soldiers, led horses, servants, pages, rich coaches, litters, and people of every class under triumphal arches, with all excess of joy and triumph. As midnight drew on, the streets were as light as day. Every pageant became more gorgeous, every service more sweet and ravishing, every sermon more passionate. I saw it all in my mind's eye, all and much besides. I saw in every church lighted by sacred tapers before the crucifix the pageants and ceremonies that, in every form and to every sense, present the story of the mystic birth, of that divine fact that alone can stay the longing which, since man walked the earth, they have uttered in every tongue, that the deity would come down and dwell with man. We had wandered through all the churches, and at last, wearied out, we reached the Capitol and sank down beneath the balusters at the top of the marble stairs. Close by, in the Aracelli, the simple country people and the faithful, whose hearts were as those of little children, kneeling as the shepherds knelt upon the plains of Bethlehem, saw the Christ child lying in a manger, marked out from common childhood by a mystic light which shone from his face and form, while the organ harmonies which filled the church resigned their wonted splendors, and bent for once to pastoral melodies which, born amid the rustling of sedges by the river bank, have wandered down through the reed music and festivals of the country people, till they grew to be the most fitting tones of a religion which takes its aptest similes from the vineyard and the flock. All over Rome the flicker of the bonfires mingled with the starlight. I was blind, yet I saw much that would have been hidden from me had I been able to see. I saw across the roofs before me the dome of the Pantheon and St. Peter's, and the long line of the Vatican, and the round outline of St. Angelo in the light of the waning moon. This I should have seen had I had my sight, but I saw behind me now what otherwise I should not have seen, the form and the lines of arches and ruins, and beyond these the walks of the Aventine and of the Coelian, with their vineyards and white convents and tall poplar and cypress trees. I saw beyond them the great churches of the Lateran and Santa Croce in Jerusalem, standing out from the green country, pale and spectral in the light. To the left I saw Santa Maria Maggiore, stately and gorgeous, facing the long streets of palaces and courts, and the gardens and terraces of the Quirinale, all distinct and clear in the mystic light. The white light covered the earth like a shroud, and over the vault of the sky were traced by the pale stars strange and obscure forms, as over the dome of St. Peter's at evening when the church is dim. A confused sound filled my ears, a sound of chanting and of praise for that advent that brought peace to men, a sound of innumerable passing feet in all the churches and basilicas. I saw the dead Christs over the altars and the kneeling crowds around. Suddenly it seemed to me that I was conscious of a general movement and rush of feet, and that a strange and wild excitement prevailed in every region of Rome. The churches became emptied, the people pouring out into the streets, the dead Christs above the altars faded from their crosses, and the sacred tapers went out of their own accord. For it spread through Rome as in a moment that a miracle had happened at the Ars Coeli, and that the living Christ was come. From where I stood I could see the throngs of people pouring through every street and lane, and thronging up to the Campidoglio and the stairs, and from the distance and the pale Campagna and San Paolo without the walls, and from subterranean Rome, where the martyrs and confessors lie, I could see strange and mystic shapes come sweeping in through the brilliant light. He came down the steps of the Ara Coeli, and the sky was full of star-like forms, wonderful and gracious, and all the steps of the Capitol were full of people down to the square of the Ara Coeli, and up to the statue of Aurelius on horseback above. And the summit of the Capitol, among the statues and the leads of the palace Caffarelli, were full of eager forms, for the starlight was so clear that all might see, and the dead gods and the fauns and the satyrs and the old pagans that lurked in the secret hiding places of the ruins of the Caesars crowded up the steps out of the Forum, and came round the outskirts of the crowd, and stirred in the fallen pillars that they might see. And Castor and Pollux, that stood by their unsaddled horses at the top of the stairs, left them unheeded, and came to see. And the Merceres, who stood bound, broke his bonds and came to see, and spectral forms swept in from the distance and the light, and the air was full of powers and existences, and the earth rocked as at the judgment day. He came down the steps into the Campidoglio, and he came to me. He was not at all like the pictures of the saints, for he was pale and worn and thin, as though the fight was not yet half over. Ah, no, but through this pale and worn look shone infinite power, and undying love, and unquestionable resolve. The crowd fell back on every side, but when he came to me he stopped. Ah, he said, is it thou? What doest thou here? Knowest thou not that thou art mine, thrice mine centuries ago, when I hung upon the cross on Calvary for such as thou, mine years ago, when thou camest a little child to the font, mine once again, when forfeit by every law, thou wast given over to me by one who is a servant and friend of mine. Surely I will repay. As he spoke, a shudder and a trembling ran through the crowd, as if stirred by the breath of his voice. Nature seemed to rally and to grow beneath him, and heaven to bend down to touch the earth. A healing sense of help and comfort like the gentle dew visited the weary heart. A great cry and shout rose from the crowd, and he passed on, but among 10,000 times 10,000 I should know him, and amid the tumult of a universe I should hear the faintest whisper of his voice. The friar stopped and looked at Inglesant with his darkened eyeballs, as though he could read his looks. Inglesant gazed at him in silence. That the man was crazed he had no doubt, but that his madness should have taken this particular form appeared to his listener scarcely less miraculous than if every word of his wonderful story had been true. "Heard you nothing else?" he said at last. An expression of something like trouble passed over the other's face. "No," he said in a quieter voice. By this time it was morning. The artillery of St. Angelo went off. His Holiness sang Mass, and all day long was exposed the cradle of the Lord. There was another pause, which Inglesant scarcely knew how to break. Then he said, "And have you heard nothing since of the cavalier?" "He is in this neighborhood," said Malvolti, "but I have not found him. I wondered and was impatient, ignorant and foolish as I am. Now I know the reason. The Lord waited till you came. How could he be found except by us both? We must lose no time, or it will be too late. How did you know that he was here?" Inglesant told him. "It was the Lord's doing," said the friar, a light breaking over his darkened face. "It was Capici. You remember at Florence the leader of that extravagant frolic of the Carnival, who was dressed as a corpse?" "I remember," said Inglesant, "and the poor English lad who was killed." He is one of the Lord's servants, continued the friar, whom he called very late. I do not know that he was guilty of any particular sins, but he was the heir of a poor family and lived for many years in luxury and excess. He was brought under the influence of Molinos's party, and shortly after I had seen the Lord, he came to me to know whether he should become a religious. I told him I thought there was a time of trial and of sifting for the Lord's people at hand, and that I thought the strongholds were the safest spots. He joined the order.De Servi not 3 weeks ago. I was with him at Frascati at the house of the Cappuccini when I heard that the cavalier was here. You must have seen him 3 or 4 days afterwards. End of section 55.
Section 56 of John Inglesant, A Romance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. John Inglesant, A Romance by Joseph Henry Shorthouse. Chapter 36. The night after Inglesant had met the friar in Naples, there was the sound of abundance of rain, and the plague was stayed. As constantly happened in the cities desolated by this mysterious pestilence, no adequate reason could be perceived for its cessation. Some change in the state of the atmosphere took place, and the sick did not die, at least in the same proportion as formerly. This was the only indication that the most acute observer could detect, but the change was marvellously rapid. The moment that contact with the dead bodies became less fatally infectious, help offered on all sides, tempted by the large rewards. The dead rapidly disappeared from sight, and the city began to resume something of its ordinary appearance. The terrors of the grave vanished into air, and gloomy resolutions faded from the mind. The few survivors of the devoted men who, throughout the heat of the conflict, had remained at their posts were, many of them at least, forgotten and overlooked, for their presence was an unpleasing reminder to those whose conduct had been of a far more prudent and selfish sort. Those who had fled returned into the city to look after their deserted homes and to reopen their shops. The streets and markets were once more gay with wares. The friar was now as eager to leave Naples as he had before been determined to remain. His sole object was to find the cavalier, and he constantly insisted that no time was to be lost if they wished to see him alive. They left Naples together, the friar mounted upon a mule which Inglesant purchased for him. Notwithstanding the friar's eagerness, their journey was slow, for he was not able to resist the impulse to turn aside to help when any appearance of distress or poverty called upon them for aid. Inglesant was not impatient at this delay, nor at the erratic and apparently meaningless course of their singular journey. The country was delightful after the heavy rains, and seemed to rejoice, together with its inhabitants, at the abatement of the plague. People who had remained shut up in their houses in fear now appeared freely in the once deserted roads. Doors were thrown open, and the voice of the lute and of singing was heard again in the land. As for those who had passed away, it was wonderful how soon their name was forgotten, as of a dead man out of mind, and those who had come into comfortable inheritance of fruit closes and olive grounds and vineyards, and of houses of pleasure in the fields, which, but for the pestilence, had never been theirs, soon found it possible to reconcile themselves to the absence of the dead. For some time after leaving Naples, the road lay through a richly cultivated land, with long straight ditches on either side. Rows of forest trees crossed the country, and shaded the small closes of fruit trees and vines. Here and there a wine tavern, or a few cottages, or a village church stopped them. At all of these the friar alighted from his mule and made inquiries for any who were ill or in distress. In this way they came across a number of people of the peasant class, and heard the story of their lives, and now and then a religious or a country signore, riding by on his mule or palfrey, stopped to speak with them. They had proceeded for many days through this cultivated country, and had at last, after many turnings, reached that part of the road which approaches the slopes of the Apennines about Frosinone. The path wound among the hills, the slopes covered with chestnut trees, and the crags crowned with the remains of Gothic castles. Fields of maize filled the valleys, and lines of lofty poplars crossed the yellow corn. As the road ascended, distant reaches of forest and campagna lay in bright sunlight between the craggy rocks, and down the wooded glens cascades fell into rapid streams spanned here and there by a half-ruined bridge. At last they entered a deep ravine of volcanic tufa, much of which cropped out from the surface, cold and bare. Between these sterile rocks, laurels forced their way and spread out their broad and brilliant leaves. Creeping plants hung in long and waving festoons, and pines and forest trees of great size crowned the summits. Here and there sepulchral excavations were cut in the rock, and more than one sarcophagus carved with figures in relief stood by the wayside. The air in these ravines was close and hot, and sulphurous streams emitted an unpleasant odour as they rode along. Inglesant felt oppressed and ill. The valley of the shadow of death, out of which he had come into the cool pastures and olive yards, had left upon the mind an exaltation of feeling rather than terror, and in the history of the friar, through the course of which traces of a devised plan penetrated the confusion of a disordered brain, the gracious prediction of Molinos seemed to promise fulfilment. The supreme effort of divine mercy surely is that which shapes the faltering and unconscious actions of man into a beneficent and everlasting work. But the very clearness and calm of this transcendental air produced a wavering of the spiritual sense, and the companionship of a blind enthusiast who, from the lowest depth of reckless sin, had suddenly attained a height of religious fervour, did not tend to reduce the fever of his thoughts. The scenes and forms of death with which he had been familiar in Naples returned again and again before his eyes, and his old disease again tormented him, so that once more he saw strange figures and shapes walking by the wayside. These images of a disordered fancy jostled and confused his spiritual perceptions. He felt wearied by those thoughts and desires which had formerly been dear to him, and the ceaseless reiteration of the friar's enthusiastic conceptions jarred and irritated him more than he liked to confess. The brain of the blind man, unoccupied by the sights of this world, was full of visions of a mystic existence, blended and confused with such incidents and stories of earth as he had heard along the way. With such phantasmal imaginations he filled Inglesant's ears. Proceeding in this manner, they came to a place where the ravine, opening out a little, exposed a distant view of the Campagna with its aqueducts and ruined tombs. At the opening of the valley stood one of those isolated rocks so strange to English eyes, yet so frequently seen in the paintings of the old masters, crowned with the ruins of a temple and fringed with trees of delicate foliage, poplars and pines. At the foot of the rock, an arch of ruined brickwork, covered with waving grass and creepers, spanned the road with a wide sweep, and on the opposite side a black sulphurous pool exhaled a constant vapour. Masses of strange, nameless masonry, of an antiquity dateless and undefined, bedded themselves in the rocks or overhung the clefts of the hills, and out of a great tomb by the wayside near the arch, a forest of laurel forced its way, amid delicate and graceful frieze-work, moss-covered and stained with age. In this strangely desolate and ruinous spot, where the fantastic shapes of nature seemed to mourn in weird fellowship with the shattered strength and beauty of the old pagan art life, there appeared unexpectedly signs of modern dwelling. The base of the precipitous rock for some distance above the road was concealed by a steep bank of earth, the crumbling ruin and dust of man and of his work. At the top of this bank was one of those squalid erections so common in Italy, where upon a massive wall of old brickwork embedded in the soil, a roof of straw affords some kind of miserable shelter. Some attempt had been made to wall in the space covered by this roof, and a small cross, reared from the gable, and a bell beneath a penthouse of wood, seemed to show that the shed had been used for some ecclesiastical purpose. At the bottom of the slope upon which this structure was placed, and on the other side of the ruined arch and of the road, there stood, near to the tomb, a very small hut, also thatched, and declared to be a tavern by its wine bush. At the door of this hut, as Inglesant and the friar rode up, stood a man in a peasant's dress, in an attitude of perplexity and nervous dread. A long streak of light from the western sun penetrated the ruined arch and shone upon the winding road, and against the blaze of light, rock and arch and hanging woods stood out dark and lowering in the delicate air. The dazzling light, the close atmosphere of the valley, and the fumes of the sulphurous lake affected Inglesant's brain so much that he could scarcely see, but they did not appear to disturb the friar. He addressed the man as they came up, and understanding more from his own instinct than from the few words that Inglesant spoke that the man was in trouble, he said, "You seem in perplexity, my son. Confide in me, that I may help you." As the man hesitated to reply, Inglesant said, "What is that building on the hill?" "It is a house for lepers," said the peasant. "Are you the master of this tavern?" said Inglesant. "No, Santa Madre," replied the man. "The mistress of the inn has fled. This is the case, Padre," he continued, turning to the friar. "I was hired a week or so ago at Ariano to bring a diseased man here who was a leper, but I did not know that he was a leper who was stricken with the plague. I brought him in my cart, and a terrible journey I had with him. When I had brought him here, and the plague manifestly appeared upon him, all the lepers fled and forsook the place. The padrona, who kept this tavern upon such custom as the peasants who brought food to sell to the lepers brought her, also fled. I stayed a day or two to help the wretched man. They told me that he was a gentleman, till I could stay no longer, such was his condition, and I fled. But, my father, I have a tender heart, and I came back today thinking that the Holy Virgin would never help me if I left a wretched man to die alone. I, who only know where and in what state he is. I spoke to 1 or 2 friars to come and help me, but they excused themselves. I came alone. But when I arrived here, my courage failed me, and I dared not go up. I know the state he was in 2 days ago. He must be much more terrible to look at now. Signore," concluded the man, turning to Inglesant with an imploring gesture, "I dare not go up." "Do you know this man's name?" said Inglesant. "Yes, they told me his name." "What is it?" "Il cavaliere di Guardino." At the name of his wife's brother, Inglesant started and would have dismounted, but checked himself in the stirrup, struck by the action of the friar. He had thrown his arms above his head with a gesture of violent excitement, his sightless eyeballs extended, his face lighted with an expression of rapturous astonishment and delight. "Who?" he exclaimed. "Who sayest thou? Guardino a leper and stricken with the plague? Deserted and helpless is he? Too terribly disfigured to be looked upon? The lepers flee him, sayest thou? Holy and blessed Lord Jesus, this is thy work. He is my mortal foe, the ravisher of my sister, the destroyer of my own sight. Let me go to him. I will minister to him. I will tend him. Let me go." He dismounted from his mule, and with the wonderful instinct he seemed to possess, turned towards the rock and began to scramble up the hill, blindly and with difficulty, it is true, but still with sufficient correctness to have reached the ruin without help. There was to Inglesant something inexpressibly touching and pitiful in his hurried and excited action, and his struggling determination to accomplish the ascent. The peasant would have overtaken him to prevent his going up, probably misdoubting his intention. Inglesant checked him. "Do not stop him," he said. "He is a holy man, and will do what he says. I will go with him. Stay here with my horse." "You do not know to what you are going, signore," said the peasant, looking at Inglesant with a shudder. "Let him go alone. He cannot see." Inglesant shook his head, and, his brain still slightly dizzy and confused, hastened after the friar and assisted him to climb the rocky bank. When they had reached the entrance to the hut, the friar went hastily in, Inglesant following him to the doorway. It was a miserable place and nearly empty, the lepers having carried off most of their possessions with them. On a bed of straw on the farther side, beneath the rock, lay what Inglesant felt to be the man of whom he was in search. What he saw it is impossible to describe here. The leprosy and the plague combined had produced a spectacle of inexpressible loathing and horror, such as nothing but absolute duty would justify the description of. The corruption of disease made it scarcely possible to recognize even the human form. The poisoned air of the shed was such that a man could scarcely breathe it and live. The wretched man was rolling on his couch, crying out at intervals, groaning and uttering oaths and curses. Without the slightest faltering, the friar crossed the room. It is true he could not see, and kneeling by the bedside, which he found at once, he began, in low and hurried accents, to pour into the ear of the dying man the consoling sound of that name, which alone, uttered unto heaven, has power to reach the departing soul, distracted to all beside. Startled by the sound of a voice close to his ear, for his sight also was gone, the sick man ceased his outcries and lay still. Never ceasing for a moment, the friar continued in a rapid and fervent whisper to pour into his ear the tenderness of Jesus to the vilest sinner, the eternal love that will reign hereafter, the sweetness and peace of the heavenly life. The wretched man lay perfectly still, probably not knowing whether this wonderful voice was of earth or heaven, and Inglesant, his senses confused by the horrors of the room, knelt in prayer in the entrance of the hut. The fatal atmosphere of the room became more and more dense. The voice of the friar died slowly away. His form, bending lower over the bed, faded out of sight, and there passed across Inglesant's bewildered brain the vision of another who stood beside the dying man. The halo round his head lighted all the hovel, so that the seamless coat he wore and the marks upon his hands and feet were plainly seen, and the pale, alluring face was turned not so much upon the bed and upon the monk as upon Inglesant himself, and the unspeakable glance of the divine eyes met his. A thrill of ecstasy, terrible to the weakened system as the sharpest pain, together with the fatal miasma of the place, made a final rush and grasp upon his already reeling faculties, and he lost all consciousness and fell senseless within the threshold of the room. When he came to himself, he had been dragged out of the hut by the peasant who had ventured at last to ascend the hill. The place was silent. The cavalier was dead, and the friar lay across the body in a sort of trance. They brought him out and laid him on the grass, thinking for some time that he was dead also. By and by he opened his sightless eyes and asked where he was, but he still moved as in a trance. He seemed to have forgotten what had happened, and with the death of the cavalier, the great motive which had influenced him, and which, while it lasted, seemed to have kept his reason from utterly losing its balance, appeared to be taken away. He had lived only to meet and bless his enemy, and this having been accomplished, all reason for living was gone. Inglesant and the peasant dug a grave with some implements they found in the tavern, and hastily buried the body, the friar pronouncing a benediction. The latter performed this office mechanically, and seemed almost unconscious as to what was passing. His very figure and shape appeared changed, and presented but the shadow of his former self. His speech was broken and unintelligible. Inglesant gave the peasant money, which seemed to him to be wealth, and they mounted and rode silently away. At Venafro, where they found a monastery of the Cappuccini, they stayed some days, Inglesant expecting that his companion would recover something of his former state of health. But it soon became apparent that this would not be the case. The friar sank rapidly into a condition of mental unconsciousness, and the physicians told Inglesant that although he might linger for weeks, they believed that a disease of the brain was hastening him towards the grave. Inglesant was impatient to return to the castello, and leaving the friar to the care of the brothers of his own order, he resumed his journey. Was it a strange coincidence, or the omniscient rule and will of God, that at the moment Inglesant lay insensible before the hut, the plague had done its work in the home that he had left? The old count died first, then some half of the servants. Finally, in the deserted house, a little child lay dead upon its couch, and beside it, on the marble floor, lay Loretta, dead, uncared for. It was the opinion of Martin Luther that visions of the Saviour, which he himself had seen, were delusions of Satan for the bewildering of the papists. And there is a story of a monk who left the beatific vision that he might take his service in the choir. Malvolti died at Venafro a short time after Inglesant had left him. End of section 56. Read by Belinda McReynolds, Melbourne, 31st October 2024.
Section 57 of John Inglesant, A Romance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. John Inglesant, A Romance, by Joseph Henry Shorthouse. Section 57, Chapter 37, Part 1. After the narration of the events just detailed, the papers from which the life of Mr. Inglesant has hitherto been compiled become much less minute and personal in character, and when the narrative is resumed, a considerable period of time has evidently elapsed. It is stated that some time after the death of his wife, Mr. Inglesant returned to Rome, and assumed a novice's gown in some religious order, but to which of the religious bodies he attached himself is doubtful. It might be thought that he would naturally become a member of the Society of Jesus, but there is reason to conclude that the rule which he intended to embrace was either that of the Benedictines or the Carmelites. As will soon appear, he proceeded no farther than the novitiate, and this uncertainty, therefore, is of little consequence. It must be supposed that the distress caused by the death of his wife and child, and by his absence from them at the last, was one motive which caused Inglesant to seek in some Rome spiritual comfort and companionship from the Spanish priests, Molinos, in which society he had before found so much support and relief. It was thought, indeed, by many beside Inglesant, amid the excitement which the spread of the method of devotion taught by this man had caused, that a dawn of pure light was breaking over spiritual Rome. God seemed to have revealed himself to thousands in such a fashion as to make their past lives and worship seem profitless and unfruitful before the brightness and peace that was revealed. And the lords of his heritage seemed for a time to be willing that this light should shine. It appeared for a moment as if Christendom were about to throw off its shackles, its infant swaddling clothes, in which it had been so long wrapped, and acknowledging that the childhood of the Church was past, stand forth before God with her children around her, no longer distrusted and enslaved, but each individually complete, fellow citizens with their mother of the household of God. The unsatisfactory rotation of former penitence and sinful lapse, of wearisome devotion and stale pleasures, had given place to an enthusiasm which believed that, instead of ceremonies and bowing in outer courts, the soul was introduced into heavenly places and saw God face to face. A wonderful experience in exchange for a lifeless formality and rule of communion with the Lord, with nothing before the believer as he knelt at the altar, save the Lord himself, day by day unshackled by penance and confession as heretofore. Thousands of the best natures in Rome attached themselves to this method. It was approved by a Jesuit father. The Pope was known to countenance it, and his nephews were among its followers. The bishops were mostly in favor of it, and in the nunneries of Rome the directors and confessors were preaching it, and the nuns, instead of passing their time over their beds and hours, were much alone, engaged in the exercise of mental prayer. It would indeed be difficult to estimate the change that would have passed over Europe if this one rule of necessary confession before every communion had been relaxed, and in the hope that some increased freedom of religious thought would be secured, many adopted the new method who had no great attachment to the doctrine, nor to the undoubted extravagances which the Quietists, in common with other mystics, were occasionally guilty of, both in word and deed. It cannot be denied, and it is the plea that will be urged in defense of the action of the Jesuits, that freedom of thought as well as of devotion was the motive of numbers who followed the teaching of Molinists. That free speculation and individual growth could be combined with loyalty to acts and ceremonies, hallowed by centuries of recollection and of past devotion, was a prospect sufficiently attractive to many select natures. Some, no doubt, entered into this cause from less exalted motives, a love of fame, and a desire to form a party and to be at the head of a number of followers. But even among those whose intentions were not so lofty and spiritual as those of Molinists, probably were, by far the greater number, were actuated by a desire to promote freedom of thought and of worship among churchmen. But it was only for a moment that this bright prospect opened to the Church. The Jesuits and Benedictines began to be alarmed. Molinists had endeavored to allay the suspicion attached to his teaching, and diminish the aversion that the Jesuits felt towards him, by calling his book the Spiritual Guide, and by constantly enjoining the necessity of being in all things under the direction of a religious person. But this was felt to point more at the submission to general council than to coming always to the priest, as to the minister of the sacrament of penance before every communion, especially as Molinists taught that the only necessary qualification for receiving was the being free from mortal sin. Suddenly, when the reputation of this new society appeared to be at its height, Molinists was arrested, and Father Esparza, the Jesuit whose approbation had appeared before the Spiritual Guide, disappeared. What became of the latter was not known, but it was generally supposed that he was shut up between four walls, and at any rate he appeared no more in Rome. In the midst of the excitement consequent on these events, 70 more persons, all of the highest rank, Count Vesperiani and his lady, the confessor of Prince Borghese, Father Appiani of the Jesuits, and others equally well known, were arrested in one day, and before the month was over, more than 200 persons crowded the prisons of the Inquisition. The consternation was excessive, when a method of devotion, which had been extolled throughout Italy for the highest sanctity to which mortals could aspire, was suddenly found to be heretical, and the chief promoters of it hurried from their homes and from their friends, shut up in prison and in peril of perpetual confinement, if not death. The arrest of Father Appiani was the most surprising. He was accounted the most learned priest in the Roman college, and was arrested on a Sunday in April as he came from preaching. After this, no one could guess on whom the blow would fall next. The Pope himself, it was reported, had been examined by the Jesuits. The imminence of the peril brought strength with it. The prisoners, it was whispered, were steady and resolute, and showed more learning than their examiners. Their friends, who were still at large, recovering from their first panic, assumed a bold front. Many letters were written to the inquisitors, advising them to consider well what they did to their prisoners, and assuring them that their interests would be maintained even at the cost of life. Nor did these protests end here. As soon as possible after the arrests, a meeting was held at Don Agostino's palace in the Piazza Colonna, to which ladies were summoned as well as men. There, in a magnificent saloon, amid gilding and painting and tapestry, whose splendor was subdued by softened color and shaded light, were met the elite of Rome. There were ladies in rich attire, yet in whose countenances was seen that refinement of beauty which only religion and a holy life can give. Ladies who, while appearing in public in the rank which belonged to them, were capable in private of every self-denial, trained in the practice of devotion and acts of mercy. There were nuns of the Conception and of the Palestrina, distressed and mortified at being compelled to return to their beads and to their other abandoned forms. There were present Chereri, Cardinal Bishop of Como, Cardinals Carpegna and Sigolini, and Cardinal Howard of England, the noblest and most spiritually minded of the Sacred College, Absolini and Colloretti, cardinals and fathers of the oratory, and Cardinal d'Estrees. Petrucci himself, the most prominent advocate of the Quietist doctrine, was in the room, though incognito, it not being generally known that he was in Rome. There were present many fathers of the oratory, men of intellect, refinement, and blameless lives. Don Livio, Duke di Seri, the Pope's nephew, was there, and the Prince Savelli, many of the highest nobility, and above 100 gentlemen, all of whom, by their presence, might be supposed to prove their attachment to the teaching of Molinos, their superiority to the sordid motives of worldly prudence and pleasure, and their devotion to spiritual instincts and desires. It would be difficult to imagine scenes more unlike each other, yet strange as it may appear. It was nevertheless true that this brilliant company, attired in the height of the existing mode, sparkling with jewels, and enriched with chastened color, might not unfitly be considered the successor of those hidden meetings of a few slaves in Nero's household, who first, in that wonderful city, believed in the crucified Nazarene. The addresses were commenced by the Duke di Seri, who spoke of the grief caused by the arrest of their friends, and of the exertions that had been made on their behalf. He was followed by other of the great nobles and cardinals, who all spoke in the same strain. All these speeches were delivered in somewhat vague and guarded terms, and as one after another of the speakers sat down, a sense of incompleteness and dissatisfaction seemed to steal over the assembly, as though it were disappointed of something it most longed to hear. The meeting was assured over and over again that extreme measures would not be taken against those in prison, that their high rank and powerful connections would save them. The Duke di Seri had expressly said that he believed his relation and servant, Count Vesperiani, and his lady would soon be released. The fact was, though the Duke did not choose to state it publicly, that they had been proscribed solely from information gained at their confessional, and this having been much talked of, the Jesuits had resolved, rather than bring any further odium on the sacrament of confession, to discharge both the lady and her husband at once. But though all this might be true, there was something that remained unsaid, something that was filling all hearts. What was to be the spiritual future of those assembled? Was this gate of paradise and the divine life to be forever closed? And was earth and all its littleness once more to be pressed upon them without denial and hypocrisy, and the petty details of a formal service once more to be the only spiritual food of their souls? Must they, if they resolve to escape this spiritual death, quit this land and this glorious church, and seek, in cold and distant lands and alien churches, the freedom denied by the tyranny of the leaders of their own? These thoughts filled their minds, and yet none had given them utterance. Nor was it surprising that it should be so. Select and splendid as that assembly was, no one knew for certain that his neighbor was not a spy. As was soon known after, Cardinal d'Estrees, who sat there so calm and lofty-looking, furnished the principal evidence against Molinos, swearing that, being his intimate friend, he knew that the real meaning of his friend's printed words was that heretical one of which, in fact, Molinos had never dreamt. It was no wonder that the speeches were cautious and vague. At last, Don Agostino rose, and in a quiet and unaffected tone requested a hearing for his very dear friend, the cavalier di San Giorgio, one well known to most of them, whose character was known to all. End of section 57. Read by Elijah Fisher. Section 58 of John Inglesant, A Romance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. John Inglesant, A Romance, by Joseph Henry Shorthouse. Section 58, Chapter 37, Part 2. A murmur of satisfaction ran through the room, and the audience settled itself down to listen, as though they knew that the real business of the day was about to begin. Inglesant rose in his seat immediately behind his host. He was evidently dressed carefully, with a view to the effect to be produced upon a fastidious and ultra-refined assembly. He wore a cassock of silk, and the gown of a Benedictine made of the finest cloth. His head was tonsured, and his hair cut short. He had round his neck a band of fine cambric, and at his wrists ruffles of rich lace, and he wore on his hand a diamond of great value. He had, indeed, to one who saw his dress, and not his face, entirely the look of a petit maître, and even, what is more contemptible still, of a petit maître priest. Yet, as he rose in his seat, there was not a man in all that assembly who would have given a silver scudo for the chances of his life. His romantic and melancholy story, the death of his wife and child, his assumption of the religious life, and above all his friendship with Molinos, were known to all. It seemed to many a fitting close to a life of such vicissitude, that at this crisis he should sacrifice himself in the spiritual cause that was dear to all. He had his speech written before him, every word carefully considered and arranged by himself and some of the first masters of style then in Rome. He began deliberately and distinctly, so that every word was heard, though he spoke in a low voice. After depreciating the judgment of the assembly upon the artless and unpolished words he was about to address to it, and excusing his rashness in consenting to speak in such an assembly at all, he said, "The words of the noble and august personages who have already spoken have left me little to say. Nothing is necessary to be added to their wise and reverend advice. All that remains for us to do is to attempt to carry out in action what they have so well concealed. Our first object, our first duty, is the safety of our friends. But when this is happily accomplished, as under such leaders and protected by such names, how can we doubt that it will be? There are many among us who, with sinking hearts and hushed voices, are inquiring what part will come next." He paused and looked up for a moment, and a murmur of encouragement ran through the room. "I am not mistaken when I say that in this room, and also in Rome, are many hearts which, within the last few years, and by the teaching of him for whom night and day the prayers of the Church ascend to heaven, have found a peace and a blessedness before unknown. Many who have breathed celestial air and walked the streets of God. Nor am I mistaken. My heart and your presence tell me I am not mistaken when I say that many are asking themselves, how can they renounce this heavenly birthright? How can they live without this divine intercourse which they have found so sweet, which the purest saints have hallowed with their approval? How can they live without God, who have seen him face to face? And many are asking themselves, must we leave the walks of men and the churches where the saints repose and wander into the wilderness, into byways among the wild places of hearsay, since the Church seems to close the gates upon this way, which is their life? I risk the deserved censure of this august assembly when I venture to advise. Yet even this I am willing to do, if I may serve any, and I venture to advise. No. I myself was born in another country, amid contending forms of faith. I believe that in the sacrificial worship of our most holy Church, room is amply given for the perfection of the contemplative state, and that such lofty devotion can find no fitter scene than the altar of the Lord. As we may hope that, at some future time, the whole Church may come to this holy state, and be raised above many things which, though now perhaps necessary, may in a higher condition fall away. So, if by our continuing in this posture we may hasten such a happy time, this doubtless will be the path heaven wishes us to walk in. But he paused, and the whole assembly listened with breathless attention. If such is to be our course, it is evident that an understanding is necessary of adjustment between ourselves and the fathers of the Holy Office and of the Society of Jesus, an adjustment by which a silence must be allowed our faith, a silence which, for the sake of those amongst us whose consciences are the most refined and heaven-taught, must be understood to imply dissent, too much that has lately been acted and taught. We must understand that this exertion of authority is aimed only at the open teaching of doctrines in which we still believe, and which are still dear to us, and that liberty is allowed our faith so long as we observe a discreet silence, a liberty which shall extend as far as to admission to the sacrament without previous confession. On this point, surely, it is necessary that we have a clearer understanding. Inglesant stopped, and applause sufficiently loud and unmistakable, sincere, showed that a large proportion of the assembly approved of what had been said. He spoke a word to Don Agostino, and then went on. I am willing to confess, and this august assembly will be willing to confess, that to the rulers of Christ's ark, those who have to answer for the guidance of the people of the world, and who know far better than we can the difficulties and dangers which environ such a task, this allowance to the lower masses of the people, so prone to run to extremes and to err in excess, would seem unwise, and I am not unwilling also to admit that we may have erred in making this way too public, before the world was sufficiently prepared for it. Both for this and for any other fault, we are willing to suffer penance and to submit to the Holy Church in silence. But this acknowledged and performed, we must be allowed, within certain limits, to retain the freedom we have enjoyed, and some manifest token must be given us that such will be the case. A singular murmur again filled the room, a murmur compounded of intense sympathy and of admiration at the boldness of the speaker. Inglesant went on. But you will ask me, how is this to be obtained? I am allowed to say that I have not undertaken the mission, save at the request of others whom it well becomes to direct my service in all things. They consider that, for some reason, I am fitted for the task. I am, and I speak with all gratitude, a pupil of the Reverend and Holy Society of Jesus, and whatever I possess I owe to its nursing care. I am besides, though I have never acted in such capacity, still an accredited agent of the Queen Mother of England, that most faithful daughter, I'd almost said martyr of the Church. I will see the General of the Order, and if this assembly will allow me to speak in its name, I will offer to him our dutiful submission if he, on his part, will give us some public sign that we are allowed our private interpretation upon the late events, under liberty upon the point which I have named. When Inglesant sat down, Cardinal Howard spoke. He was followed by several others, all of whom complimented the cavalier upon his devotion to so good a cause, but abstained from expressing any decided opinion on the expediency of his proposal. But when 2 or 3 speeches had been made, the mixed character of the assembly began to show itself. It is true that it had been carefully selected, yet, in order to give it importance and influence, it had been necessary to include in the invitations as many as possible, and the result was soon apparent. There were many present who had joined the ranks of the Quietists, more from a weariness of the existing order than from sincere devotion. There were many present who had joined them sincerely, but who, from timidity and caution, were desirous to escape the anger of the Inquisition by submission and silence, and who deprecated any risk of exciting a still more harsh exertion of authority. Both these parties, increased by waivers from the more devoted portion of the company, united in advising that no action should be taken farther than that which had been already used, and which, it might be hoped, had secured the principal object of their wishes, the release of their friends. They argued that confession before each communion could not be burdensome to those who were in a state of grace, and therefore had nothing to confess. And even if it were, as the fathers of the Church judged it necessary for the suppression of error, and for the good of the ignorant and unenlightened, it ought to be submitted to most willingly by those farthest advanced in the spiritual life. These speakers also argued that many things which were held by the Quietists harmlessly to themselves were liable to be misunderstood, and that anything which tended to draw off the mind from the mystery of the sacrifice of the Mass, or from the examples of the saints, tended to divert the vulgar from devotion to the Saviour, and savoured of deism. They argued that although perhaps many things were unnecessary to those whose religious life was far advanced, such as the breviary, beads, images, many prayers, etc., yet it was not so to others, and that no doubt, where it was suitable, relaxation would be easily obtained from one's director. No one had insisted more upon the necessity of a spiritual guide than had Molinos, and it was now the time to prove the reality of our obedience to the voice of the Church. It was argued that many things in Molinos' writings seemed to tend towards Calvinism and the doctrine of efficacious grace, which no one present, no true child of the Church, could defend, a doctrine which limited the grace of God and turned the free and wide pastures of Catholicism into the narrow bounds of a restricted sect. And it was finally hinted that there was some reason to believe that the promoters of the meeting were acting with a farther intention than at first appeared, and that they desired to introduce changes into the Catholic faith and discipline, under cover of this discussion. This last insinuation was a home thrust, and was so felt by the meeting. The subject of efficacious grace had also been introduced very skilfully by a young priest, a pupil of the Jesuits himself. After a brief consultation with his party, Inglesant replied that a great deal of what had been advanced was unanswerable, that he himself, a pupil of the Jesuits, was as much opposed to the doctrine of efficacious grace as anyone could be, that it was the intention of no one present to urge any course of action unless the meeting unanimously approved of it, and that, as it appeared that the majority of those present were prepared to submit to the holy office and did not desire any negotiation, nothing farther would be attempted. There weighed, in truth, upon the hearts of all, and had probably oppressed Inglesant as he spoke, a sense of hopelessness and of contention with an irresistible power. In spite of this feeling, however, the decision of the chiefs drew forth expressions of impatience and regret from the more enthusiastic partisans. But as these were mostly women, who could not address the assembly, or such as were not prepared to make themselves prominent in face of almost certain arrest, the discussion became desultory and ineffectual, and the meeting finally broke up without any decision having been arrived at. The piazza was full of carriages and servants, and the Duke de Serry had an enormous train of equipages following his carriage to escort him beyond the gate, on the way to his villa near Civita whither he returned immediately, not choosing to stay in Rome. The meeting being over, Don Agostino urged Inglesant to leave Rome. Indeed, the Duke had already pressed him to accompany him to Civita Vecchia, but Inglesant declined. The motives which influenced him were of a mixed nature. He was prompted by the most sincere desire to find out a way, both for himself and for others, in which the highest spiritual walk and the purest condition of spiritual worship might be possible within the Church of Rome. There was probably nothing in this world which he desired more than this, for in this was included that still more important freedom, the liberty of the reason. For if it were possible for the spirit to be free, while fulfilling the outward observances and participating in the outward ordinances of the Church, so also it must be possible for the reason to be free too. It had been this very desire, singular as it may seem, which had attached him to the society of the Jesuits. Not only were their tenets, notably that of sufficient grace given to all men, of wider and more Catholic nature than the Augustinian doctrines held by most bodies both of churchmen and Protestants, but the society had always, in all its dealings with men, shown a notable leaning to tolerance, even so its enemies asserted of sin and vice. But besides these motives, which had something of a refined and noble character, Inglesant had others. A life of intrigue and policy had, from training and severe practice, become a passion and necessity of his life. To leave the field where such a fight was going on, to remain in Rome, even an inactive spectator, allowed to pursue his own path merely from the ignoble fact that he was not worth arrest. Both these courses of action were intolerable to him. He had promised Molinos that he would not be wanting in the hour of trial, and he would keep his word. He was utterly powerless, and, as the events of the last few moments would have shown him had he not known it before, the most powerful, the noblest confederacy, fell away impotently before an invisible yet well understood power, and a sense of vague, irresistible force oppressed him and showed him the uselessness of resistance. Nevertheless, he requested the loan of Don Agostino's carriage, that he might go at once to the general of the society. He was shown at once into a small cabinet, where he was kept, waiting a few moments, the general, in fact, being engaged at that moment in listening to a detailed account of the meeting, and of the speeches delivered at it. He, however, entered the room in a few moments, and the two men saluted each other with the appearance of cordial friendship. Inglesant had not changed his dress, and the general ran his eyes over it with somewhat of an amused expression, doubtless comparing the account he had just received with the appearance of his visitor, the purpose of which he was fully alive to. Inglesant began the conversation. "Your reverence is probably acquainted already with the meeting in the Piazza Colonna, and with its objects and results. I, however, have come to relate what passed as far as you may be disposed to listen, and to give any information in a perfectly open and sincere manner which you may wish to receive. In return for this, I wish to ask your reverence 2 or 3 questions which I hope will not be unpleasant, and which you will, of course, answer or not as it pleases you." "As I understand the meeting, Signor Cavalier," said the general, with a slight smile, "it rejected your mediation, in spite of the elaborate care with which the proposal was brought before it, a care extending to the minutest particulars and the chastened eloquence and perfect style in which it was offered." This sarcasm fell comparatively harmlessly upon Inglesant, preoccupied as his thoughts were. He therefore bowed, saying, "The meeting rejected my mediation, or rather it thought that no mediation was necessary, and trusted itself implicitly to the fatherly care of the Society of Jesus. What does the meeting representing this new hearsay demand? It demands nothing but the deliverance of its friends now in prison. And nothing else? Nothing else from the meeting. I'm here to demand something else. On your own behalf alone? On my own responsibility solely. But if my request is granted, many will be benefited by my work. Have you no abettors? You came here in Don Agostino's coach. I am Don Agostino's dear and intimate friend, and it is not much that he should lend me his coach. I have many friends in Rome." "I know it," said the Jesuit cordially, "and among them the Order of Jesus is not the least sincere." Inglesant bowed, and there was a slight pause. Then the general said, "What do you demand?" "I demand spiritual freedom, the freedom of silence. Freedom will be abused. Not by me nor by my friends. We pledge ourselves to unbroken silence. All we demand is freedom to worship God in private as he himself shall lead us. We ask for no change in public doctrine. We seek no proselytes. In fact, we confine ourselves to one desire, the sacrament without confession." The Jesuit made no reply, but continued to look fixedly into Inglesant's face. "It seems to me, Father," Inglesant went on, with a touch of bitterness in his tone, "that the society is changing its policy, or rather, it has a different policy for different classes of men. So far as I have known it, it has pursued a course of compromise with all men, and especially with the weak and frail. It has always appeared to me a trait much to be admired, that in which it is likeliest to the divine charity itself, but the world has been very severe upon it. And when the world says, 'You have pandered to vice in every form, you have rendered the confessional easy of approach, and the path of penitence smooth to the impenitent, you have been lenient, nay, more than lenient, to the loose liver, to the adulterers and manslayers, surely you might be mild to the devout. Surely you might extend a little of this infinite pity to the submissive and obedient, to the pure in life and soul who seek after God. Difficile est satrium non scribere, namquis inique tam patiens urbis tam feris ut tenent se. If the world says this, what am I to answer? For if it be so necessary to confine the soul to narrow dogmas, lest she go astray, it must be also necessary to deal freely and sharply with these sins of the flesh, lest they bring men to sensuality and to hell. By thus acting, as it seems to me, and not by making the righteous sad, you would follow the teaching of those beautiful words of one of your fathers, who says that the main design of our society is to endeavor the establishment of virtue, to carry on the war against vice, and to cultivate an infinite number of souls. You are a bold man, Signor Cavalier. For far less words than you have spoken, men have grown old in the dungeons of St. Angelo, where the light of day never comes. Inglesant, who rather wished to be imprisoned, and flattered himself that he should soon be released, was not alarmed at this menace, and remained silent. A pause ensued, during which something like this ran through the Jesuit's mind. Shall I have this man arrested at once, or wait? He came to us well recommended, the favorite pupil of an important member of the society, who assured us that he was an instrument perfectly trained, ready at all points for use, and of a temper and spirit far above the average, not to be lost to the order on any account. He has proved all that was said of him, and much more. The papal throne itself is under obligation to him. But do we want such a man so much? I have scores of agents, of instruments ready to my hand, with whom I need use no caution, no finesse. Why waste any on one, however highly finished and trained? But on the other hand, I speak this in Rome, where everything is our own, and where the sense of power may have unfitted me from properly understanding this man's value. In the rough regions in partibus, such a tool as this, fine and true as steel, tried in the fire as steel, doubtless is not lightly to be thrown away. At all events, nothing is to be done hastily. So long as he is in Rome, he is safe, and may be clapped up at any moment. I almost wish he would leave, and go back to his teacher. All this occupied but a few seconds, and as the Jesuit made no answer, Inglesant, who scarcely expected any definite reply, took his leave. To his surprise, however, the general insisted on accompanying him to his coach. They crossed the courtyard to where the equipage of Don Agostino stood in the street. In the excited imagination of Rome at that moment, the sight of Don Agostino's carriage before the Jesuits' college had attracted a crowd. When Inglesant appeared, accompanied by the general, the excitement became intense. As they reached the carriage door, Inglesant knelt upon the pavement and requested the Jesuit's blessing. The foremost of the crowd, impressed by this action, knelt too. Inglesant rose, entered the carriage, and was driven off, and two different rumors spread through Rome. One, that the society had come to terms with the Quietists through the mediation of the cavalier. The other, that the Cavalier di San Giorgio had betrayed the Quietists and made his peace with the order, and this last report received the greatest amount of credit. End of section 58. Read by Elijah Fisher. Section 59 of John Inglesant, A Romance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. John Inglesant, A Romance, by Joseph Henry Shorthouse. Section 59. Chapter 38, Part 1. The inquisitors and the Jesuits continued to adopt a policy of great leniency to those who were in prison. The majority, after one examination, were released, merely going through the form of abjuring heresies and errors of which they had never dreamed. Owing to this politic course of action, assisted by the dislike and contempt which the people felt towards the then Pope, who was supposed to be a favorer of Molinos, and of whose dull reign the Romans were weary, a great change took place in the opinions of the populace. The credit of the Jesuits rose exceedingly, and they became celebrated for their excessive mildness, who before had been blamed for their rigor. To such an extent did they gain in popular estimation, that the chiefs of the defeated party were unable to keep back great numbers of the followers of Molinos from coming in to the inquisitors every day, to accuse themselves of heresy, and to offer themselves to penance. These, being greatly treated and dismissed in peace, testified everywhere to the clemency of the Holy Office and of the Jesuits. The excitement, which before had set in one direction, was now turned with equal impetuosity in another, and many who had before, doubtless in perfect sincerity, found, or fancied they found, spiritual satisfaction in the method of contemplation, now discovered an equal benefit in an excessive orthodoxy. The Quietist party was utterly crushed and put to ignominious silence, and Molinos himself became an object of hatred and contempt, while all the time, with extraordinary inconsistency, it was publicly reported that the reason of this surprising clemency was the great support which his doctrine received from the mystical divinity, which had been authorized by so many canonizations and approved by so many councils and fathers of the Church. The leaders of the defeated party lived as in a desert. Their saloons, which only a few days before had been crowded, were now empty, and Cardinal Petrucci himself was visited by no one, while the Jesuits were everywhere received with enthusiasm, so true to the character that the satirist gave 1500 years before did the Roman populace remain. Sequitur for humanum, ut semper et odit damatos. Some slight portion of this popular applause fell to Inglesant's lot, whichever report was believed, whether, as the agent of the society, he had betrayed his friends, or had used his influence to procure this unexpected policy of mercy. Either supposition procured him notoriety and even approbation. It now only remained to watch the fate of Molinos, and the inmates of Don Agostino's palace waited in silence the policy of their triumphant opponents. The Jesuits began by circulating reports of his hypocrisy and lewd course of life, facts of which they said they had convincing evidence. They said that these scandals had been proved before the Pope, who then, and not till then, had renounced his cause. The Romans replied to this story that they believed it, for the Pope was a good judge of such matters, but none at all of the questions of theology on which the quarrel had previously turned. There was not at the time, and there never has been since, the slightest evidence offered publicly that these stories had the least foundation. But they amply served their turn, insomuch that when Molinos was brought out to the Minerva on the day of his condemnation, he was saluted by the people with cries of "Fire! Fire!" and, but that his coach was resolutely defended by the sbirri and guards, he would have been massacred by the furious mob. When the morning rose upon the day on which his condemnation was to take place, the tribunal of the Minerva and all the avenues and corridors leading to it were thronged with an excited crowd. For days before, all the efforts both of money and favor had been exerted to procure good places in the court itself, and those who were unable to gain these coveted seats lined the corridors and staircases, while the populace outside thronged the streets leading from the prison of the Inquisition. The windows and housetops were crowded. Scarcely an inhabitant of Rome was but to be found somewhere on the line of route. The rest of the city was a desert. The vine-clad wastes of the Aventine, the green expanse of the Campo Vicino, and the leafy walls of the Colosseum and of the arches were lying under the morning sunlight, calm and quiet as in the midst of a happy and peaceful world. As Inglesant came across from the lonely convent where he still occasionally lodged, and turned out of the square of the Auriculi, the silent tenantless houses and palaces looked down with dim eyes like a city of the dead, and as he came into the Via del Gesù, the distant hum and murmur of the crowd first broke upon his ear. Here and there a belated spectator like himself turned out of some by-street or doorway and hastened towards the Piazza della Minerva. Inglesant turned off by a side street, and following the narrow, winding lanes with which he was still acquainted, came out into the Via de' Coronari, at some midway distance between the prison of the Inquisition and the Minerva. He was just in time. As he stationed himself against the wall of the church of St. Maria di Anima and the German hospital, he knew, by the excitement and frantic cries of the crowd, that Molinos was not far off. He was brought along the street in a large coach with glass windows, a Dominican friar seated at his side. On each side of the carriage and at the horses' heads, the sbirri and Swiss guards exerted themselves manfully to keep back the people and to clear the way. A deafening shout and cry rose unceasingly, and every few moments the crowd, pressing upon the carriage and the guards, caused them to come to a dead stop, clinging to the horses' heads, to the carriage itself, to the halberds of the Swiss, climbing on the steps and on the back of the coach, had the crowd desired a rescue. Inglesant thought one bold and decided leader must have accomplished it in a few desperate moments. But the mob desired nothing less. This man, who but a few weeks ago had been followed by admiring crowds, who had been idolized in courtly saloons, whose steps and walks had been watched with the tender and holy devotion with which a people watches the man whose life it takes to be hid in God, whom loving modest women had pointed out to their children as the holy priest whom they must love and remember all their lives, whom passionate women, on whose souls the light of God had broken, had followed trembling that they might throw themselves at his feet, and clinging to his gown, hear the words of gospel from his lips, to whom desperate men had listened, whom no other voice had ever moved. This man was now the exertion of the mob of Rome. Amidst the roar and din around no word was distinguishable but that terrible one of fire that pointed to the heretic's death at the stake, and, but for the determined resistance of the guards, Molinos would have been dragged from the coach and butchered in the streets. When the carriage arrived opposite the spot upon which Inglesant had posted himself, he could see Molinos' face as he sat in the coach. He was carefully dressed in his priestly habit, and looked about him with a cheerful, serene countenance. "He looks well," said a man not far from Inglesant, who had been very bitter against the prisoner. "The secret of his success is not far to seek, for his face possesses all the charms that are able to captivate, especially the fair sex." When the coach was close to Inglesant, the crowd made another and most determined attack, and the horses came to a stand. The cries of "Fire! Fire!" rose louder and more fiercely, and the guards were, for a moment, beaten from one of the doors. It seemed that nothing could prevent the people from dragging their victim into the street. Inglesant felt his blood turn cold, fully expecting to see the massacre performed before his eyes. But before the people could open the door, which seemed fastened on the inside, the guard rallied, and by the free use of their halberds and short swords recovered the coach and drove back the mob. Through all this scene, Molinos had preserved his perfectly unconcerned expression, and his eyes, wandering calmly over the people, at last rested upon the spot where Inglesant stood. Whether he recognized him or not, Inglesant did not know, for he involuntarily drew back and shrank from his eye. He learned afterwards that Molinos did recognize him, and also noticed his recoil. "He fears I should compromise him with the furious crowd," he thought. "He need not fear." Inglesant's movement was caused, however, by a thought very different from this one, which indeed never occurred to him. He was ashamed to meet Molyneux's eye. In the daylight and sunshine they had walked together, but when the trial came, the one was taken, and all the rest escaped. It was impossible but that some, at least, of the fortunate many should feel some pangs of uneasiness and doubt. Inglesant especially, the agent of confidant of the Jesuits, was open to such thoughts, and before the single-hearted, uncompromising priest and confessor could not but feel in some sort condemned. The carriage passed on amid the unabated fury of the people, and turning aside down a narrow winding lane, he entered the Dominican's church, to the reserved part of which he had a ticket of admission, to be ready for the final scene. Molyneux was taken to one of the corridors of the Minerva, where he stood for some time, looking about him very calmly, and returning all the salutes which were made him by those who had formerly been of his acquaintance. To all inquiries he returned but one answer, that they saw a man who was defamed, but who was penitent, infamato ma penitente. After he stood here some time, he was conducted into a small apartment, where a sumptuous repast was spread before him, and he was invited to partake as of his last luxurious indulgence before being shut up in a little cell for life. A strange banquet, and a strange taste such delicacies must have to a man at such a time. End of section 59. Read by Elijah Fisher. Section 60 of John Inglesant, a Romance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. John Inglesant, a Romance, by Joseph Henry Shorthouse. Section 60, Chapter 38, Part 2. After dinner he was carried into the church, as in a triumph, in an open chair upon the shoulders of the sbirri. The tapers upon the altar shrines showed more clearly than did the dim and sober daylight that penetrated beneath the darkened roofs the three mystic aisles of the strange church, which were filled with a brilliant company of cardinals, nobles, innumerable ladies, gentlemen of every rank, ecclesiastics without end. The dark marble walls, the sumptuous crowd, the rich colors of the stained glass, gave a kind of lurid splendor to the scene, while on every side the sculptured forms upon the monuments, with stolid, changeless features, stood out pale amidst the surrounding gloom, and here and there, where free space was kept, the polished marble floor reflected the somber brilliancy of the whole. As Molyneux was brought up to his place, he made a low and devout reverence to the cardinals, and his manner was perfectly possessed and without a show of fear or shame. He was made to stand up before the altar. A chain was bound round him and fastened to his wrists, and a wax taper was placed in his hand. Then, with a loud voice, a friar read his process, so as to be heard by all in the church, and as some of the articles were read, there were loud cries from the reverend and polite assembly of "Fire! Fire!" In a few moments the sight was over, and Molyneux was led back to the street, to be placed this time in a close carriage, and taken back to the prison, where his cell was prepared. As Inglesant stepped back into the aisle of the church, he felt someone pull him by his Benedictine gown, and turning round, he saw a lady in a velvet masque. She appeared excited, and, as far as he could see, was weeping, and her voice, which he thought he recognized, was broken and indistinct. "Cavalier," she said, "he will stop a moment in the vestibule before they put him in the coach. I want him to have this. He must have it. It will be a relief and consolation to him unspeakable.
They will stop all of us, and will let no one come to him, but they will let you. You are a Jesuit, and their friend. For the love of Gesu, cavalier, do him and me, and all of us this favor. He will bless you and pray for you. He will intercede for you. For the love of God, cavalier. She was pleading with such eager cheerfulness and such hurried speech and gesture that he could not doubt her truth. Yet he paused a moment. "Surely I know your voice," he said. "Ah, you know me," replied the Masque. "But that is of no consequence. Another moment, and it will be too late, cavalier, for the love of Gesu." Inglesant took the small paper packet, which seemed to contain a casket, and went down the fast emptying church. As he reached the entrance, he stood and looked back for the velvet Masque, but she was nowhere to be seen. His mind was full of suspicion, yet he was not unwilling to fulfill his mission. He should, at any rate, speak to Molinos, and perhaps grasp his hand. In the vestibule, Molinos stood alone, a circle being kept at some distance round him by the guard. His manner was unchanged and calm. The select crowd stood around, gazing at him with eager curiosity. Outside might be heard again the shouting of the mob, and the cry of fire. Inglesant advanced towards the captain of the sbirri, but to his surprise, before he could speak, the latter made a sign, and the guards fell back to let him pass. A murmur ran through the crowd, and everyone pressed forward with intense eagerness. Molinos looked up, and an expression of grateful pleasure lighted up his face as he extended his hand. Inglesant grasped it with emotion, and looking him in the face, said, "Adieu, father. You are more to be envied than we. You are clothed in the heavenly garment, and sit down at the supper of the king. We wander in the outer darkness with an aching conscience that cannot rest." The expression of the other's face was compassionate and beautiful, and he said, "Adieu, cavalier. We shall meet again one day, when the veil shall be taken from the face of God, and we shall see him as he is." As Inglesant grasped his hand, he slipped the casket into it, and as he did so, dropped on one knee. The hand of the priest rested on his head for a moment, and in the next time he had risen and stepped back, and the guards closed in for the last time round Molinos, and the crowd pressed after, following them to the coach. When the carriage had driven off, and the crowd somewhat dispersed, Inglesant came down the steps and was turning to the right into Corso, when he was surprised to see that the captain of the sbirri had not followed his prisoner, but was standing on the causeway with 2 or 3 of his men, near a plain carriage which was waiting. As Inglesant came up, he turned to him and said politely, "Pardon, Signor Cavalier, I must ask you to come with me. You have conveyed a packet to a condemned prisoner, a grave offense, a packet which contains poison. You will come quietly, no doubt." "I will come quietly, certainly," said Inglesant. "Where are we going to? The Inquisition?" "No, no," said the other, as he followed the new prisoner into the coach. "Yours is a civil offense. We are going to the St. Angelo." The general must have a taste for theatricals, thought Inglesant, as the coach rolled off, or he never could have planned such a melodrama. On their arrival at the castle, he was conducted into a good room, not in the tower, which commanded an extensive view of St. Peter's. Great liberty was allowed him. Everything he liked to pay for was procured for him, and at certain hours he was allowed to walk on the glacis and fortifications. The second day of his confinement was drawing to a close when he was visited by the Dominican who had attended Molinos. This monk, who seemed a superior person, had evidently been impressed by the conversation and character of his prisoner. After the first greeting, he said, "That unhappy man requested me to bring you a message. It was to the effect that he had done you wrong. He saw you among the crowd as he was being brought to the Minerva. and noticed that you shrank back. He accused you in his mind of fearing to be compromised. He knows now that, on the contrary, you were watching for an opportunity to do him a service. It was but the thought of a moment, but he could not rest until he had acknowledged it and begged your forgiveness. He bade me also to tell you that the bruised reed is not broken, nor the smoking flax quenched. "Where did you leave him?" said Inglesant. "At the door of his cell, which he calls his cabinet." "The smoking flax is not quenched," said Inglesant. "I hear that one of his followers, a day or two ago, before the tribunal, told the examiners to their faces that they were a company of unjust, cruel, and heretical men, and that the measure which they dealt to others was the same that Christ himself had received from his prosecutors." "It is true," said the Dominican, "and it is true also that he is released, such on the contrary of the clemency of the Church." After an imprisonment of about a fortnight, as Inglesant was one day taking his usual walk upon the fortifications, he was informed that the general of the order was in his room, and desired to see him. He went to him immediately, and was received with great appearance of friendliness. "You will pardon my little plot, cavalier," said the general, "especially as I gave orders that you should be made very comfortable here. I wished to see you in what manner and how far you were our servant, and I have succeeded admirably. I find, as I imagined, that you are invaluable, but it must be on your own terms and at your own time. You are faithful and unflinching when you have undertaken anything, but each mission must be entered upon or renounced at your own pleasure. I hope you have not been nourishing bitter thoughts of me during your incarceration here." "Far from it," replied Inglesant. "I have nothing to complain of. I have all I want, and the view from these windows is, as you see, unrivaled in Rome. If it consists with your policy, I should take it as a great favor were you to inform me whether the velvet masque was a mere tool or not." I could have sworn that her accent and manner were those of a person speaking the truth. Still, when the captain of the sbirri made way for me, I thought I was in the toils. "Your penetration did not err. The lady was the Countess of—" She conceived the idea of communicating with Molyneux herself, and confided it to her director, not in confession, observe. He consulted me, and we advised what took place, and what may console you farther still. We did the lady no wrong. We have reason to know that, besides the poison, some writing was conveyed to Molyneux together with the casket, by which he obtained information which he was very desirous of receiving. You will forgive me now, since your amour propre is not touched, and your friend's purpose is served." There was a pause, after which the general said, "You have deserved well of the order, few better. And whatever your enemies may say, the companions of Jesus are not unmindful of their children, nor ungrateful unless the highest necessities of the general good require it. You look upon the prosecution of Molyneux as an act of intolerable tyranny, and you are yourself eager to enter upon a crusade on behalf of religious freedom and of the rights of private devotion and judgment. You are ready to engage almost single-handed against the whole strength of the Society of Jesus, of the Curia, and of the existing powers. I say nothing of the quixotic nature of the enterprise that would not deter you, nor of its utter hopelessness. How hopeless you may judge from the sudden collapse of the party of Molyneux, a party so favored in high places, so fashionable, patronized, as has been said even by the Pope himself. You may also judge of this from the fact, of which you are probably aware, that every detail of your late meeting was communicated to us by the president of that meeting, and by many of those who attended it. But in speaking of these matters to you, whose welfare I sincerely seek, I address myself to another argument, which I imagine will have more weight. You have only considered this coveted spiritual freedom as the right of the favored few, of the educated and refined. You have no desire and no intention that it should be extended to the populace. But you do not consider, as those who have the guidance of the Church politely are bound to consider, that to grant it to the one and deny it to the other is impossible, that these principles are sure to spread, that in England and in other countries where they have spread, they have been the occasion of incalculable mischiefs. You are standing at this moment, thanks chiefly to the nurture and clemency of the much abused Society of Jesus, at a point where you may choose one of two roads, which, joining here, will never meet again. The question is between individual license and obedience to authority, and upon the choice, though you may not think it, depends the very existence of Christianity in the world. Between unquestioning obedience to authority and absolute unbelief, there is not a single permanent resting place, though many temporary halts may be made. You will scarcely dispute this when you remember that every heretical sect admits it. They only differ as to what the authority is to which obedience is due. We, in Rome at least, cannot be expected to allow any authority save that of the Catholic Church, and indeed, what other can you place instead of it? A book? Do you think that those who have entered upon the path of inquiry will long submit to be fettered by the pages of dead languages? You know more of this probably than I do, from your acquaintance with the skeptics of other lands. He paused as if waiting for a reply, but Inglesant did not speak. Perhaps the logic of the Jesuit seemed to him unanswerable, especially in the St. Angelo at Rome. After a few seconds, the latter went on. "Ah, I fear you still bear me some malice. If so, I regret it very much. As I said before, you have no truer friend in Rome than the order and its unworthy general. I am convinced, both by my own experience and by the reports of others, that you are an invaluable friend and agent of the society in countries where men like you, gentlemen of honor, bold, unflinching, and of spotless name, are wanted at every turn, men who have the confidence of both parties, of enemies as well as friends. But long ere this you will have seen that here in Rome we do things differently. Here we strike openly and at once, and we require agents of a far lower type, not so much agents, indeed, as hammers ready to our hand. Your refined nature is altogether out of place. As a friend, I recommend you return to England. Father St. Clare is there, and no doubt requires you, and I am very certain that the climate of Rome will not suit your health. You have passed some years very pleasantly in Italy, as I believe, in spite of your share in those great sorrows to which we all are heir. And though I am grieved to separate you from your friends, the noblest in Rome, yet it is better that you should be parted in this manner than by sharper and more sudden means. Every facility shall be given you for transferring your property to England, and I hope you will take with you no unpleasant recollections of the city and of the poor fathers of Jesus, who wish you well." He pronounced these last words with so much feeling that Inglesant could only reply, "I have nothing to say of the society but what is good. It has ever been most tender and parental to me. I shall go away with nothing but sadness and affection in my heart, with nothing but gratitude towards you, Father, with nothing but reverence towards the city, the mother of the world." End of section 60. Read by Elijah Fisher.
Section 61 of John Inglesant, A Romance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. John Inglesant, A Romance, by Joseph Henry Shorthouse. Chapter 34, Part 1. for a long time, nothing was found among the papers from which these memories have been compiled relative to Mr. Inglesant's life subsequent to his return to England. But at last the following imperfect letter was found, which is here given as containing all the information on the subject which at present is known to exist. The date with the first part of the letter is torn off. The first perfect line is given. The spelling has been modernized throughout. The superscription is as follows: Mr. Anthony Paschal, physician, London, from his friend, Mr. Valentine Lee, chirurgeon of Reading. From a certain tone in parts of the letter, it would seem that the writer was one of those who gave cause for the accusation of skepticism brought in those days against the medieval profession generally. That vine, laden with grapes, worked in gold and precious stones, after the manner of Phrygian work, which, according to Josephus, Tacitus, and other writers, adorned the temple at Jerusalem, and was seen of many when that temple was destroyed, a manifest continuance of the old Eastern worship of Bacchus, so dear to the human frailty. As says the poet Anacreon, "Make me, good Vulcan, a deep bowl, and carve it on neither Charles Wain nor the said Orion, but carve me out a vine with its swelling grapes, and Cupid, Bacchus, and Bathyllus pressing them together. For it is a gallant philosophy, and the deepest wisdom, which, under the shadow of talismans and austere emblems, wears the colours of enjoyment and of life. Methinks if the Puritans of the last age had known that the same word in Latin means both worship and the culture of polite life, they would not have condemned both themselves and us to so many years of shadowy gloom, and of a morose antipathy to all delight. And though they were perchance retort upon me that the same word in the Greek meaneth both worship and bondage, yet I shall reply that it was a service of love and pleasure, a service in which all the beauties of earth were called upon to aid, and in which the deity was best pleased by the happiness of his creatures, whose every faculty of delight had been fully husbanded and trained. In these last happy days, since his gracious Majesty's return, we have seen a restoration of a cheerful gaiety and adorning of men's lives, when painting and poetry, and beyond all, music, have soothed the rough ways and softened the hard manners of men. I came to Oxford, travelling in the flying coach with a Quaker, who inveighed greatly against the iniquity of the age. At Oxford I saw more than I have space to tell you of. Amongst others, Francis Tatton, who, you will recollect, left his religion since the king's return, and sheltered himself amongst the Jesuits. He was but lately come to Oxford, and lodged at Francis Alder's against the Fleur de Lis. I dined with him there along with some others, and, it being a Friday, they had a good fish dinner with white wine. Among the guests was one Father Lovell, a Jesuit. He has lived in Oxford many years to supply service for the Catholics. So bold and free are the Papists now. I conversed with another of the guests, a physician, who, after dinner, took me to his house in Bear Lane, and showed me his study, in a pleasant room to the south, overlooking some of Christ Church gardens. Here he began to complain of the Royal Society and the virtuosi, and I soon saw that he was a follower of Dr. Gideon Harvey and Mr. Stubbs. The country owes much, he said, to such men as Burleigh, Walsingham, Jewell, Abbott, Usher, Casaubon. But if this new-fangled philosophy and mechanical education is to bear the bell, I foresee that we shall look in vain in England for such men again. In these deep and subtle inquiries into natural philosophy and the intricate mechanisms by which this world is said to be governed, neither physic will be unconcerned, nor will religion remain unshaken amidst the writings of these virtuosi. That art of reasoning by which the prudent are discriminated from fools, which methodizes and facilitates our discourse, which informs us of the validity of consequences and the probability of arguments, that art which gives life to solid eloquence, and which renders statesmen, divines, physicians, and lawyers accomplished, how is this cried down and vilified by the ignoramuses of these days? I pleased myself with inspecting this man's books, with which his study was well stored, and with the view from his window. But I let his tongue run uncontradicted, seeing that he was of the old Protestant and scholastic learning, which is never open to let in new light. He entertained me, besides, with a long discourse to prove that Geber the chemist was not an Indian king, and informed me with great glee that the Royal Society, among another new-fangled propositions, had conceived the idea of working silk into hats, which project, though the hatters laughed at it, yet to satisfy them trial was made, and for 20 shillings they had made a hat, but it proved so bad that anyone might have bought a better one for 18 pence. He was entering upon a long argument against Descartes, to refute whom he was obliged to contradict much that he had said before. But at this time I excused myself and left him. When I came out from this man's house, the college bells were going for chapel, as they used to do in the old time. Methought it was the prettiest music I had heard for many a day. I went to see an old man I remembered in Jesus Lane. I found him in the same little house, dressed in his gown tied round the middle, the sleeves pinned behind, and his dudgeon with a knife and bodkin. It was the fashion for grave people to wear such gowns in the latter end of Queen Elizabeth's days. He says he is 104. When I was a boy at Oxon, I used to be always inquiring of him of the old time, the rude lofts, the ceremonies in the college chapels, and his talk is still of Queen Bess, her days, and of the old people who remembered the host and the wafer bread and the roods in the churches. In my time at Oxford, crucifixes were common in the glass in the study windows, and in the chamber windows pictures of saints. This was before the wars. What a different world it was before the wars! What strange old-world customs and thoughts and stories vanished like phantoms when the war trumpet sounded, and great houses and proud names and dominions and manors and stately woods crumbled into dust, and every man did as seemed good to himself and thought as he liked. On the Sunday I went to St. Mary's and heard a preacher and herbalist who spoke of the virtues of plants and of the Christian life in one breath. He told us that honor writ sublimity, and called them zips fleur, the hands of gods, and that we ought to reach to them religiously with praise and thanksgiving. God Almighty, he said, hath furnished us with plants to cure us within a few miles of our own abodes, and we know it not. The next day I came to Worcester by the post, to the house of my old friend Nathaniel Tomkins, who is now one of the prebends and receptor. He lives in the Close, or College Green, as they call it here. He comes of a family of musicians. His grandfather was chanter of the choir of Gloucester, his father organist to the same cathedral of Worcester, and one of his uncles organist of St. Paul's and gentleman of the Chapel Royal, and another, of whom more anon, gentleman of the Privy Chamber to His Majesty Charles I, and well skilled in the practical part of music, and was happily translated to the celestial choir of angels before the troubles. I was pleased to see the faithful city recovered from the ashes in which she sat when I was last here, and the daily service of song again restored to the cathedral church, though the latter is much out of repair and dimmed as to its splendor. I like that religion the best which gives us sweet anthems and solemn organ music and lively parts of melody. I had not been here long when my friend the receptor told me that if I should stay 2 or 3 days longer, I should hear as good a concert of violins as any in England, and also hear a gentleman lately come from Italy, whose skill as a lutenist and player on the violin had preceded him. When I asked for the name of this gentleman, he told me it was that Mr. John Inglesant, who was servant to the late king, and of whom so much was spoken in the time of the Irish rebellion. When I heard this, I resolved to stay, as you may suppose, considering that we had more than once spoken together of this person, and desired to see him, especially since it had been reported that he was returned to England. I therefore willingly promised to remain, and spent my time in practicing on the violin, and in the city and cathedral. I walked upon the river bank, and up and down the fine broad streets leading from the bridge to the cathedral. From the gates of the channel down the stone steps the strange light streamed on to the paved floor of the nave, chill and silent as the grave, until the strains of the organs awoke. Mr. Tomkins told me that the loyal gentry of the surrounding counties had, during the usurpation, made it a point of honour to purchase and trade in Worcester, for the relief and encouragement of the citizens who were reduced to so low an ebb by the battle and taking of the city. End of section 61. Read by Elijah Fisher. Section 62 of John Inglesant, A Romance. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. John Inglesant, A Romance, by Joseph Henry Shorthouse. Section 62. Chapter 34, Part 2. Thursday was the day appointed for the music meeting, and on that day I accompanied Mr. Tomkins to the house of Mr. Barnabas Ole, another of the Prehens, who, you may remember, wrote a preface a year or 2 ago to Mr. Herbert's country parson. He also lives in the College Green, and we found the company assembling in an oak parlour, which looked upon an orchard, where the trees were in full blossom. There were present several of the clergy, and 2 or 3 physicians and other gentlemen, who practised upon the violin. As we entered the room, Mr. Ole was speaking of Mr. Inglesant, who was expected to come presently with the dean. I remember him well, he was saying, when I was in poverty and sequestration in the late troubles. He was supposed to be in all the king's secrets, and was constantly employed in private messages and errands. Some said that he was a concealed papist, but I have known him to attend the church service very devoutly. I recollect when I was in the garrison at Pontefract Castle, and used to preach there as long as it held out for His Majesty, that this Mr. Inglesant suddenly appeared amongst us, though the leader was very close, and I know he attended service there once or twice. I was often at that time in want of bread during my hidings and wanderings, and obliged to change my habit, and did constantly appear in a cloak and grey clothes. On one of these occasions, when I was in great distress, and was diligently and particularly sought for by the rebels, who would willingly have gratified those that would have discovered me, I fell in with this Mr. Inglesant at an inn in Buckinghamshire. He was then in company with one whom I knew to be a popish priest, but they both exerted themselves very kindly in my behalf, and conducted me to the house of a Catholic gentleman in those parts by whom I was entertained several days. Before this, I now recollect, at the beginning of the wars, I met Mr. Inglesant at Oxford. I was in the shop of a bookseller named Forrest, against All Souls College. I remember that I took up Plato's Select Dialogues, De Rebus Divinis, in Greek and Latin, and expected against some things as superfluous and cabalistical, and that Mr. Inglesant, who was then a very young man, defended the author in a way that showed his scholarship. It was summer weather and very warm, and the enemy's cannon were playing upon the city, as we could hear as we talked in the shop. While Mr. Oley was thus recollecting his past troubles, Mr. Dean was announced, and entered the room accompanied by Mr. Inglesant, and by a servant who carried their violins. You are, I know, acquainted with the Dean, who is also Bishop of St. David's, and who, they say, will be Bishop of Worcester also long before, so I need not describe him. The first sight of Mr. Inglesant pleased me very much. He wore his own hair long, after the fashion of the last age, but in other respects he was dressed in the mode, in a French suit of black satin, with cravat, and ruffles of Mechlin lace. His expression was lofty and abstracted, his features pale and somewhat thin, and his carriage gave me the idea of a man who had seen the world, and in a few things were capable of exciting any extreme interest or attention. His eyes were light blue, and that peculiar shade which gives a dreamy and indifferent expression to the face. His manner was courteous and polite, almost to excess, yet he seemed to me to be a man who was habitually superior to his company, and I felt in his presence almost as I should do in that of a prince. Something of this doubtless was due to the sense I had of the part he had played in the great events of the late troubles, and of the nearness and intercourse, and of the confidence he had enjoyed with his late Majesty of blessed memory. It was impossible not to look with interest upon a man who had been so familiar with the secret history of those times, and who had taken into the confidence both of papists and churchmen. When he had been introduced to the company, Mr. Oley reminded him of the incidents he had been realizing before his arrival. When he mentioned the meeting in the inn in Buckinghamshire, Mr. Inglesant seemed affected. I remember it well, he said. I was with Father St. Clare, whose deathbed I attended not 2 months after my return to England. Do you remember, Mr. Oley, he went on to say, the sermons at St. Martin's in Oxford, where Mr. Giles' widows preached? I remember seeing you there, sir, and indeed his high and loyal sermons were much frequented by the royal party and soldiers of the garrison, and I have heard that he was most benevolent to many of the most needy in their distress. I remember that poor Whitford played the organs there often, before he was killed in the trenches. Ah, said Mr. Oley, we have heard this strange music in our day. I was in New York when it was besieged by 3 very notable and great armies, the Scotch, the Northern under Lord Fairfax, and the Southern under the Earl of Manchester and Oliver. At that time the service at the cathedral every Sunday morning was attended by more than 1,000 ladies, knights, and gentlemen, besides soldiers and citizens, when the booming of cannon broke in upon the singing of the psalms, and more than once a cannon bullet burst into the minister, amongst the people, like a furious fiend or evil spirit, yet no one hurt. After some talk of this nature, we settled ourselves to our music and to tune our instruments. Mr. Inglesant's violin was inscribed Jacobus Stainer, Enipotem 1647. Enipons is the Latin name of Innsbruck, in Germany, the chief city of the Tyrol, where this maker lived. As soon as Mr. Inglesant drew his bow across the strings, I was astonished at the full and piercing tone, which seemed to me to exceed even that of the Crimanons. We played a concert or two, with a double bass part for the violin, which had a noble effect, and Mr. Inglesant, being pressed to oblige the company, played a descent upon a ground bass in the Italian manner. I should fail, were I to attempt to describe to you what I felt during the performance of this piece. It seemed to me as though thoughts, which I had long sought and seemed ever and anon on the point of realizing, were at last given me, as I listened to chords of plaintive sweetness, broken now and again by cruel and bitter discords. A theme into which were wrought straight and tavern music and people's songs, which lively airs and catches, upon the mere pressure of the string, trembled into pathetic and melancholy candices. In these dying falls and seoses, all the several parts were gathered up and brought together, yet so that what before was joy was now translated into sorrow, and the sorrowful transfigured to peace, as indeed the many shifting scenes of life vary upon the stage of men's affairs. The concert being over, Mr. Dean informed us that it was his intention to attend the afternoon service in the cathedral, and Mr. Inglesant accompanying him. The physicians departed to visit their patients, and my host and some of the clergy and myself went to the cathedral also, entering rather late. After the service, in which was Snug and Anthem by Dr. Nathaniel Giles, Mr. Dean retired to the vestry, and Mr. Inglesant coming down the church, I found myself close to him at the west door. We stopped opposite to the monument of Bishop Godden, who is depicted in his effigy holding a book, presumably the Icon Basilique, in his hand. I inquired of Mr. Inglesant what his opinions were concerning the authorship of that work, and finding that he was disposed to converse, we went down to the riverside, the evening being remarkably fine, and crossing by the ferry, walked for some time in the chapter meadows upon the farther bank. The evening sun was setting towards the range of the Malvern Hills, and the towers and spires of the city were shining in its glow, and were reflected in the water at our feet. I said to Mr. Inglesant that I was greatly interested in the events of the last age, in which he had been so trusted and prominent an actor, and that I hoped to learn from him many interesting particulars, but he informed me that he knew but little except what the world was already possessed of. He said that he very deeply regretted that, during the last 2 years of the life of the late king, he himself was a close prisoner in the Tower, and was therefore prevented from assisting in any way, or being useful to his Majesty. He said that there was something peculiarly affecting in the position of the king in those days, as he was isolated from his friends, and entirely dependent upon 3 or 4 faithful and subordinate servants. He said that, since his return to England, he had made it his business to seek out several of these, and had received much interesting information from them, which, as he hoped it would soon be made public, he was not, at present, at liberty to communicate. Mr. Inglesant, however, told me one incident relating to the last days of the king of so affecting a character that, as it is too long to be repeated here, I shall hope to inform you of when we meet together. He said, moreover, that the fatal mistake the king made was consenting to the death of Lord Strafford, that on many occasions he had yielding when he should have been firm, but that most of his misfortunes, such as reverses and indecisions in the field, were caused by circumstances entirely beyond his control. There is nothing new in these opinions, but I give them just as Mr. Inglesant stated them, lest you should think I had not taken advantage of the opportunity presented to me. It appeared to me that he was not very willing to discourse upon the bygone matters of state intrigue, Seeing this, I changed the topic, and said that, as Mr. Inglesant had much experience in the working of the Romish system, I should be glad to know his opinion of it, and whether he preferred it to that of the English Church. Here I found I was on different ground. I saw at once, beneath the veil of polite manner, which was this man's second nature, that his whole life and being was in this question. "This is the supreme quarrel of all," he said. "This is not a dispute between sects and kingdoms. It is a conflict within a man's own nature. Nay, between the noblest parts of man's nature arrayed against each other. On the one side, obedience and faith, on the other, freedom and the reason. What can come of such a conflict as this but throes and agony? I was not brought up by the Papists in England, nor, indeed, did I receive my book learning from them. I was trained for a special purpose by one of the Jesuits, but the course he took with me was different from that which he would have taken with other pupils whom he did not design for such works. I derived my training from various sources, and especially instead of Aristotle and the schoolmen, I was fed upon Plato. The difference is immense. I was trained to obedience and devotion, but the reason in my mind for this conduct was that obedience and devotion and gratitude were ideal virtues, not that they benefited the order to which I belonged, nor the world in which I lived. This I take to be the difference between the Papists and myself. The Jesuits do not like Plato, as lately they do not like Lord Bacon. Aristotle, interpreted by the schoolmen, is more to their mind. According to their reading of Aristotle, all his ethics are subordinated to an end, and in such a system they see a weapon which they can turn to their own purpose of maintaining dogma, no matter at what sacrifice of the individual conscience or reason. This is what the Church of Rome has ever done. She has traded upon the highest instincts of humanity, upon its faith and love, its passionate remorse, its self-abnegation, its denial, its imagination and yearning after the unseen. It has based its system upon the profoundest truths, and upon this platform it has raised a power which has, whether foreseen by its authors or not, played the part of human tyranny, greed, and cruelty. To support this system, it has habitually set itself to suppress knowledge and freedom of thought, before thought had taught itself to grapple with religious subjects, because it foresaw that this would follow. It has, therefore, for the sake of preserving intact its dogma, risked the growth of welfare of humanity, and has, in the eyes of all except those who value this dogma above all other things, constituted itself the enemy of the human race. I have perhaps occupied a position which enables me to judge somewhat advantageously between the churches, and my earnest advice is this: you will do wrong. Mankind will do wrong if it allows to drop out of existence merely because the position on which it stands seems to be illogical, an agency by which the devotional instincts of human nature are enabled to exist side by side with the rational. The English Church, as established by the law of England, offers the supernatural to all who choose to come. It is like the divine being himself, whose sun shines alike on the evil and on the good. Upon the altars of the Church, the divine presence hovers surely to those who believe it, as it does upon the splendid altars of Rome. Thanks to circumstances which the founders of our Church did not contemplate, the way is open. It is barred by no confession, no human priest. Shall we throw this aside? It has been won for us by the death and torture of men like ourselves in bodily frame, infinitely superior to some of us in self-denial and endurance. God knows, those who know my life know too well, that I am not worthy to be named with such men. Nevertheless, though we cannot endure as they did, at least do not let us needlessly throw away what they have won. If it is not even a question of religious freedom only, it is a question of learning and culture in every form. I am not blind to the peculiar dangers that beset the English Church. I fear that its position, standing, as it does, a mean between two extremes, will engender indifference and sloth, and that its freedom will prevent its preserving a discipline and organizing power, without which any community will suffer a grievous damage. Nevertheless, as a church, it is unique, if suffered to drop out of existence. Nothing like it can ever take its place. The Church of England, I said, seeing that Mr. Inglesant paused, is no doubt a compromise, and is powerless to exert its discipline, as the events of the late troubles have shown. It speaks with bated assurance, while the Church of Rome never falters in its utterance, and I confess seems to me to have a logical position. If there be absolute truth revealed, there must be an inspired component of it, else from age to age it could not get itself revealed to mankind. This is the Papist argument, said Mr. Inglesant. There is only one answer to it. Absolute truth is not revealed. There were certain dangers which Christianity could not, as it would seem, escape. As it brought down the sublimest teaching of Platonism to the humblest understanding, so it was compelled, by this very action, to reduce spiritual and abstract truth to hard and inadequate dogma. As it inculcated a sublime indifference to the things of this life, and a steadfast gaze upon the future, so, by this very means, it encouraged the growth of a wild, unreasoning superstitions. It is easy to draw pictures of martyrs suffering the torture unmoved in the face of a glorious hereafter, but we must acknowledge, unless we choose to call these men absolute fiends, that it was these self-same ideas of the future and its relation to this life that articulated their tormentors. If these things are true, if the future of mankind is parcelled out between happiness and eternal torture, then to ensure the safety of mankind at large, the death and torment for a few moments of comparatively few need excite but little regret. From the instant that the founder of Christianity left the earth, perhaps even before this ghastly spectre of superstition ranged itself side by side with the advancing faith, it is confined to no church or seat. It exists in all. Faith in the noble, the unseen, the unselfish, by its very nature, encourages this fatal growth, and it is nourished even by those who have sufficient strength to live above it, because, forsooth, its removal may be dangerous to the well-being of society at large, as though anything could be more fatal than falsehood against the divine truth. But if absolute truth is not revealed, I said, how can we know the truth at all? We cannot say how we know it, replied Mr. Inglesant, but this very ignorance proves that we can know. We are the creatures of this ignorance against which we rebel. From the earliest dawn of existence we have known nothing. How, then, could we question for a moment? What thought should we have, other than this ignorance, which we have implied from our growth, but for the existence of some divine principle, fun veri in lucidis, within us? The founder of Christianity said, "The kingdom of God is within you." We may not only know the truth, but we may live even in this life in the very household and court of God. We are the creature of birth, of ancestry, of circumstance. We are surrounded by law, physical and physical. The physical very often dominates and rules the soul. As the chemist, the navigator, the naturalist attain their ends by means of law, which is beyond their power to alter, which they cannot change, but with which they can work is harmony, and by so doing produce definite results, so may we. We find ourselves immersed in physical and physical laws, in accordance with which we act, or form which we diverge. Whether we are free to act or not, we can at least fancy that we resolve. Let us cheat ourselves, if it be a cheat, with this fancy, for we shall find that by so doing we actually attain the end we seek. Virtue, truth, love are not mere names. They stand for actual qualities which are well known and recognized among men. These qualities are the elements of the ideal life, of that absolute and perfect life of which our highest culture can catch but a glimpse. As Mr. Hobbes has traced the individual man up to the perfect state, or civitas, let us work still lower and trace the individual man from small origins to the position he at present fills. We shall find that he has attained any position of vantage he may occupy by following the laws which our instinct and conscience tell us are divine. Terror and superstition are the invariable enemies of culture and progress. They are used as rods and bogies to frighten the ignorant and the base, but they depress all mankind to the same level of subject slavery. The ways are dark and foul, and the grey years bring a mysterious future which we cannot see. We are like children, or men in a tennis court, and before our conquest is half won, the dim twilight comes and stops the game. Nevertheless, let us keep our places, and above all things hold fast by the law of life we feel within. This was the method which Christ followed, and he won the world by placing himself in harmony with that law of gradual development which the divine wisdom has planned. Let us follow in his steps, and we shall attain to the ideal life, and, without waiting for our mortal passage, tread the free and spacious streets of that Jerusalem which is above. He spoke more to himself than to me. The sun, which was just setting behind the distant hills, shone with dazzling splendor for a moment upon the towers and spires of the city across the placid water. Behind this fair vision were dark rain clouds, before which gloomy background it stood in fairy radiance and light. For a moment it seemed a glorious city, bathed in life and hope, full of happy people who thronged its streets and bridge, and the margin of this gentle stream. But it was brave grandeur. Then the sunset faded, and the ethereal vision vanished, and the landscape lay dark and chill. "The sun has set," Mr. Inglesant said cheerfully, "but it will rise again. Let us go home. I have writ much more largely in this letter than I intended, but I have been led onward by the interest which I deny not I feel in this man. When we meet, I will tell you more. Your ever true friend, Valentine Lee. End of section 62. Read by Elijah Fisher. End of John Inglesant, A Romance by Joseph Henry Shorthouse.